Give him one more. Oh, he was in? Yeah, whatever you're comfortable. No, as long as you join us.
Oh, Piper, can you hear me and can you see me?
We can't see you.
We
Mark,
can
but
hear you, but we cannot see you, Mark.
Why is that? I wonder.
It's something to do with your green screen, I think. Maybe you can.
Huh. I'm looking. Uh, Yeah, I don't know why. Never had that problem. Stop video? No, no. Well, you probably don't even remember what I look like. It's been a while. Okay. Well, Piper, if you're ready, we can just watch my dreams of Alaska in place of my photo, I guess.
Start the recording.
Okay, well, good evening, everybody. Before we call the roll call, is Kieran coming? I see Elitza on remote.
he is not able to join us this evening.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, we'll go ahead. This is the regular HARC meeting of January 15th. It's a hybrid meeting at Rebecca Hall. And if you need to call in, we have a phone number this evening at 301-715-8592. Meeting ID is 898-5033-9990. Password tonight is 618929. As a reminder, the purpose of HARC is to preserve, maintain, and enhance the historic character, scale, and architectural integrity and cultural resources of the town and the Telluride Historic Landmark District. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order from council. Is Elena in the room?
Hi.
Hi, welcome. Happy New Year to you. And from staff, we have Erica, Kristen, Piper, Darren, and Allie. Is there anyone else from staff in the room?
No.
Okay, and we'll do roll call, and I think we'll just go ahead as, and on voting matters, just go as if on the Elitza and myself as remote as where our chair is. But we'll start with Stacy. Let's go ahead and take the roll call.
Stacy's here. Matt Lee.
Mark
Mather. Andrew Williamson.
Okay, and that was Mark. Good evening, everybody, and I look forward to seeing you live and in person in about 2 weeks here. With that, do we have a motion for approval of the minutes of our December 18th meeting?
I move to approve the HARC meeting minutes dated December 18th, 2024 as written.
Matt will second.
Okay, Stacy?
Stacy, yes. Matt, yes.
Bob, yes. Andrew, yes.
Mark, yes. And I will make a motion to approve my chair meeting of December 20th, 2024 as written. We'll move on to staff announcements.
Yes, so we are very excited to be hosting the retreat for the HARC board on February 20th. That will take place at the Depot, the Telluride Science and Innovation Center, and that will be a half-day retreat. In addition, Mark, do you want to give the update on Nori and what we have planned there, or would you like me to?
Well, I'll just, you can give the details, but
Sure.
Work with Kristen and we got a pretty good discount for Nori to come back as he did in 19 and make a presentation. And Kristen suggested, and I totally agree with her, that with everybody's valuable time, we'll just make it one long day somewhere late March, and maybe Kristen can fill in some details because she has a second part of training that I think she's arranged maybe for June. But go ahead if you've got other comments on Nori and or it'll be similar to the last training we had and or the camp process, and maybe we could search for a date here. Go ahead, Kristen.
Sure. So instead of 2 days with Nori, we'll have the one day, and it'll be really hands-on and interactive and center on a case study. He's really looking forward to joining us at the end of March. And then looking to have the second day be an additional training for those who are interested with camp. And so we will be bringing in some experts in historic preservation this summer to provide the opportunity, both legal, historic preservationists, a whole team that travels around the state and will be at Saving Places, but then also will join us this summer to provide deep dive training for our HARC members. So really looking to spread out those trainings so it's not too much all at once, but to have some additional touch points, and especially because last year there wasn't that training opportunity. So we want to kind of bring that back and really reinvigorate that aspect of our work together. So.
The February 20th, it's just us though.
February 20th is just us, and it's just for that half-day retreat.
Thank you.
Sure.
Morning. I think everybody got a notice. Yeah, morning. I don't know, 8:30 to whatever, 11:30 or whatever we can do. Could we look at everybody's calendar for the last 2 weeks in March? Maybe Kristen, you can guide us, and we can solicit the attendance of the two absent. Well, Alita's on remote, but is anybody have any blockouts in those last 2 weeks of March? We're looking at having Nori in here after our meeting, but are there any, the week of, the 24th is kind of like the last week. Is anybody out of town or have a problem with sometime the week of the 24th? Of course, we're gonna have to go back to his schedule then, but I wanted to get ours first.
Mark, would you like me to send out a poll to HARC members like right after this meeting, just to make it a little easier with like a whole bunch of date choices that I can kind of overlap with Nori's? Would that be a quick way to do it?
Yeah, that's probably succinct, but I think the week of the 24th would be my suggestion. We've got our meeting out of the way.
Okay.
So you guys can respond, but is anybody out of town that week that now, just big picture?
I'm out of town that week.
Lisa, the whole week?
Yep, the whole week.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well, then maybe we check also the 20th, 21st, but after our meeting. 20th through the 28th somewhere, and then go ahead and send the poll when you get time, Kristen.
Perfect. I'll do that tomorrow.
20th through the 28th. Okay. And Alisa, you could make that Thursday or Friday prior?
I cannot do the Friday. I could do the Thursday.
Okay, thank you. All right. Then we'll continue. Next item is public comment on non-agenda.
I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry. There's one more item in there. Sorry.
Yes, we
Go
have
ahead.
to appoint a HARC member to the Ethics Commission.
Uh-huh.
Would anyone like to volunteer?
Kiernan's our current member, right?
I'm actually not familiar with who our current member is.
I think he-
Piper, I'm not sure if Piper knows.
Yes.
I think he is, and he's had perfect attendance. I know that. Well, there haven't been any meetings, right?
No, there have been no meetings.
And he chose not to be here tonight. Okay, well, I'll let the board speak. Does somebody want to nominate somebody?
I'll volunteer.
Well, then I'll nominate Bob.
Okay,
I would like to make a motion to nominate Bob Mather to be HARC's representative to the Ethics Commission. Matt will second.
okay, Stacy, let's vote.
Stacy, yes. Matt, yes.
Andrew, yes.
Mark, yes, it's unanimous. Thank you, Bob. Keep him on the straight
Get
and
myself
narrow.
into.
Yeah. Well, there hadn't been a meeting for multiple years. That's all I know. Okay. Public comment on anything else from staff? Did I miss anything else? No.
Mm.
Okay. Public comment on non-agenda items. Is there anybody in the room that would like to comment? If so, come up. And if you're there virtually, please raise your hand electronically. And I'm not seeing anybody raising their hand on non-agenda items. And if the room is clear, then we'll move on. Okay, I need to recuse myself from the first item is, it's a chair item, which I have to recuse myself since it's been elevated to the board. So Stacy, thank you and good luck, and I'll see you later in an hour or so.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Stacy, I also need to recuse myself. I have an ongoing contractual relationship with Sante Architects.
Thank you.
Aye.
Anyone else? No.
Yes, I need to recuse myself as well, since I have a conflict of interest in dealing with the legal team representing the appeal.
Okay. Well,
And then there were 4.
good luck.
No.
Well, apparently Kiernan counts for quorum.
Yes, so just to explain that, Kiernan is absent. He is not recused. And so for votes that require an extraordinary majority, he will be the 4th, and you'll need 3 out of 4. But in the case of where we only need a majority of those present, then it will be 2 out of 3 in terms of what you would need to vote to move forward. So because he's not recused, he's still counted in that extraordinary majority
Okay.
per our code.
All right, so I'll open the first public hearing item. Scroll down to it.
Stacy, if you could just for a moment. Mark, could you please turn off your microphone? Okay, thank you. And if for some reason you're, okay, thank you.
He's not able to listen either, right?
He can listen, he cannot provide public comment or comment on behalf of himself.
Oh.
So while he can listen, he can't do anything to influence the deliberations that go on in the room
Okay.
tonight.
Great, thank you.
Okay. This will be a consideration of appeal filed on November 1st, 2024 by the Historic and Architectural Review Commission. Chair decision, which was issued on October 18th, 2024. The title of the project is 129 North Aspen Remodel. It's a consideration of an application, or it was a consideration of application for minor scale addition in the historic residential zone district that would increase the structure's area by more than 10%, but less than 25%, resulting in a building that contains less than 2,500 square feet of floor area per LUC 7-203.A.1.C.2, and B, a minor scale alteration of a rated structure in the historic residential zone district that does not increase its floor area per LUC 7-203.A.3.C.2. The legal description is lots 37, 38, 39, and 40, Block 4, West Telluride Edition. The address is 129 North Aspen Street. The zone district is historic residential. The owner, Shane and Lenora Feeney, applicant is Sante Architects, and our staff member, it says here is Erica Jensen.
Huh. It's me.
But I gather it'll be Kristen Clothier.
Yes. So thank you. I'm going to take my time walking us through the appeal, and I'm really going to be focused on what you will be making your determination based on. And so I will go through those elements of the code and bring you up to speed. I know you have all had access to the full record, which included the minutes, the transcripts, the staff memos, the videos. So thank you for the time that you invested in leading up to this and getting yourselves fully familiar with that record.
Should I read into record the record documents?
Yes, please, if you could, off that other document.
So before Kristen gets started with her presentation, let me read into the record documents for this public hearing. They consist of the following. The Town of Telluride Home Rule Charter adopted on October 27, 1977 is currently amended. The Town of Telluride Municipal Code adopted on July 15, 1997 is currently amended. The Telluride Land Use Code adopted on March 15, 1988 is currently amended. The Design Guidelines and Standards for Building in Telluride adopted January 1, 2016 is currently amended. The Town of Telluride Master Plan is adopted on August 29, 2006 as amended. The appeal record and HARC packet materials prepared by the Town of Telluride's town clerk is attached to the agenda for this meeting. And any documents received by the Town of Telluride Town Clerk after posting of the record, but prior to this hearing and for purposes of being considered at this hearing, including public comment from Nicole Patersa, Stephanie Fanos, and Sherry Harvey.
Great. Thank you very much. This is the HARC consideration of an appeal of a HARC chair decision issued on October 18, 2024 for 129 North Aspen remodel. This is an appeal of the October 18, 2024 decision rendered by the HARC chair approving the project with conditions. The appellant appeals to the full HARC board pursuant to section 7217A2 of the Town of Telluride Land Use Code. This appeal was submitted on November 1st, 2024 by the Law Office of DeVore and Plumhoff LLC on behalf of Don Montgomery Jr., an owner of the property at 123 North Aspen pursuant to the Land Use Code section 5207A23. So just a brief bit of background here. At the October 18th, 2024 regular meeting of the HARC chair, the HARC chair conducted a public hearing to consider an application for a minor scale addition and alterations of a rated structure in the historic residential zone district located at 129 North Aspen, Block 4, lots 37, 38, 39, 40, West Telluride Edition. This application had been continued from the August 23rd, 2024 HARC chair meeting. The project was reviewed under the 2015 design guidelines, and upon holding the public hearing, the HARC chair approved the proposed minor scale addition and alterations at 129 North Aspen based on the findings in the staff memo dated October 18, 2024 with 3 conditions, and I'll circle back to those subsequently. So consideration of the record. Pursuant to Land Use Code section 5207F, when you are considering an appeal, HARC shall consider only the record as compiled at the hearing or hearings before the reviewing body. So we can't enter anything new into the record. As you know, the record consists of the development application, a transcript of the hearing before the reviewing body, and all minutes, notices, letters, approval, or denial resolutions, and exhibits entered into the record by the reviewing body in reaching its decision. Your standards for review this evening are pursuant to Land Use Code section 5207H. A decision of a reviewing body shall be affirmed when considering an appeal unless it is determined that the reviewing body acted arbitrarily and capriciously, abused its discretion, exceeded its jurisdiction, acted without proper evidence or a sufficient factual basis, or otherwise failed to act in accordance with the provisions of this title. The burden of proof shall be upon the appellant to demonstrate such grounds. I will circle back to this later on before you make your decision to remind us of the standards for review. Pursuant to LUC section 5207N, appeal of an action of HARC shall be subject to any additional requirements of LUC section 7217, and that includes that the chairperson is disqualified from participating in any appeal as initiated under 7217A2 above. So the project summary, I'm just going to be very brief in this regard because, again, you have a very focused standard of decision making, and we are not relitigating, revisiting every aspect of the decision. We are focused on the procedural elements as pertains to those standards of review. So at a very high level, this is consideration of an application for a minor scale addition in the historic residential zone district that will include can we hang on one moment, please? I just want to hide something so I can see this better. Hit that. There we go. Okay. That will increase the structure's floor area by more than 10%, but less than 25%, resulting in a building that contains less than 2,500 square feet of floor area per Land Use Code 7203A1C2, and a minor scale alteration of a rated structure in the historic residential zone district that does not increase its floor area per Land Use Code 7203A3C2. This is the project location, legal description, the zone district's historic residential. It's located within the THLD. The treatment area is historic residential. The primary structure is a contributing structure. Number 1707, the owners, applicants, and details are listed here. And rated structures in the immediate vicinity are a few designated structures that are in the area, including a contributing structure to the south. And proposed is alterations to a non-historic addition, alterations to a contributing primary structure. So I'm going to focus on the procedural elements. So there was on August 23rd, a HARC chair meeting. Staff provided a staff memo, and Erica Jensen was our staff lead who did a very thorough review of the project at that time. And in her staff memo, she outlined a number of conditions. I am now going to review those conditions, but highlight those that were addressed in advance of October 18, 2024, so you know what happened between August and October 18th. And again, this appeal is of that October 18th decision, but these items were revisited subsequent to the August 23rd HARC chair public hearing. So I'm going to go very quickly. So if anyone on the HARC board feels I'm going too quickly, just kind of slow me down. But you've already read all of this in the record. You're all up to speed. So I feel like I can kind of quickly go through and remind us of what's in the record. I'm going to list initial conditions from the August 23-24 staff memo, and then whether they were addressed in advance of October 18 per the staff memo of October 18th, 2024. So one condition was to modify the parking to minimize visual impacts and limit to one legal car with barrier to limit the usage to one car, but at least 16 feet off the sidewalk per HR 16A and C1. The staff update analysis for the October staff memo was that parking had been pushed back from the street and is now shown as one space instead of two. A condition in August was to revise the front window to maintain existing glazing style per RE3A2 and RE9B1. The staff update in October was that the window had been modified to the original configuration. Initial condition in August was to ensure that the windows being replaced on the contributing structure are wood per RE9A2, and the staff update was the replaced windows will be wood. Initial condition in August was to remove the new window on the south facade unless exploration of framing inspection shows to be historic location per RE9C. And the update in October was the proposed window had been removed. An initial condition was to revise the plans to keep the door on the south facade per RE10B1 and 2 if exploration shows the door was historically there and a substitution of a window will be allowed. The staff update in October was the door on the south facade is now proposed to remain unaltered. An initial condition in August was to revise the siding material on the addition to a more traditional material per RE19E1 and HR24A2. And updated in October per staff was the siding on the addition has been revised to board and batten siding. August staff memo condition, relocate trash enclosure to minimize visual impact per HR 29A1. And the update in October was the trash enclosure had been removed to a more discrete location. In August, initial condition was adjust the height or materials on the rear yard fence per HR 15A4. And the staff update in October was the height of the fence has been marked on the plans. The height materials are compliant. And in August, another condition was to reduce the number of step lights in the rear yard per ES 2B4. And the staff update analysis is the number of step lights has been reduced. And finally, in August, the staff memo was to add snow guards or other devices to prevent snow and ice shed onto other properties and pedestrian ways per HR 28A1. And the analysis in October was that snow guards have been added. So I went through all of those just so that you'd know how much was discussed in August, how much thought went into that initial HARC chair meeting that led to the October 18th HARC chair meeting, and just to remind you of some of what the record contains in terms of where the project started and where it was by the time we came into that October public hearing. This is listing now the two conditions that were not addressed in advance of October 18 that were included in the August staff memo. Of the initial 12 conditions, 10 were addressed prior to October 18th, and 2 were still retained. The 2 were to revise the south wall plane to be inset and be no further than 2 feet 6 inches proud from the contributing structure per RE 19B1 and C1 and 2 RE number 19D1 and HR 1B3. The addition was still 3-1 proud of the contributing structure coming into the October public hearing, and so the condition was retained. And then second was to provide more detail for replacement door and transom if determined to be non-historic per RS 10D. And that condition was retained. And again, appreciation to staff member Erica Jensen, who did prepared the staff memo for the October HARC chair meeting for this public hearing as well, and did a very thorough analysis, which you all saw in the record. So, action by the decision-making body. This was the HARC chair's standard for action. After hearing evidence and considering the comments of all persons interested in a matter, the reviewing body, in this case the HARC chair, shall render a decision accompanied by any necessary findings and have them enter into its minutes. In its findings, the reviewing body should report the facts found and its conclusions, and whether the development application is approved, approved with conditions, recommended for approval by another body, tabled or continued pending receipt of additional information, or denied. The reviewing body shall not be required to take final action on a development application during the same meeting at which evidence or testimony from the interested persons has been taken, and may continue the matter in accordance with the limitations set forth in section 5205C of this article. So those are the standards that the HARC chair had as he considered making a decision on October 18th. So upon holding the public hearing, the HARC chair approved the proposed minor scale addition and alterations at 129 North Aspen based on the findings in the staff memo dated October 18, 2024 with 3 conditions. Condition 1 was to provide more detail for replacement door and transom if determined to be non-historic per RE 10D of the design guidelines and standards for building a Telluride. Condition 2, modify the parking to minimize visual impacts and limit one legal car by extending the stoop entry by 18 inches minimum toward the street, thus blocking the possibility of a second vehicle per HRAC 1 and C2 of the design guidelines. And condition 3, provide either stone material in place of the current painted concrete foundation or an acceptable alternative material with texture relief, etc., per staff professional opinion per HR 24A1 of the design guidelines. This choice shall be determined by staff and chair. So now on these gray slides, I'm focusing on a couple of items that were stated by the appellants in their appeal notice that I just want to clarify the record on. And this is fully looking back at the record from October 18, 2024, and speaking to some of the items that were raised in the notice of appeal. In the notice of appeal, it states that the chair failed to consider all appropriate evidence and testimony before rendering his decision on the application. During the hearing, the chair referenced that he was prepared to make a motion on the application before taking any public testimony, and members of the public were not permitted to present slide presentations illustrating concerns during the testimony. So I want to speak to each of those 3 aspects of this statement. In review of the record, all testimony given during the public hearing by all interested persons in attendance, as well as all public comments submitted, inclusive of all presentation slides, were reviewed by the HARC chair prior to decision-making. The HARC chair specifically stated on the record, as recorded on 10/18/24 at 1 hour, 2 minutes, 40 seconds, that he read each public comment letter twice. Continuing with the review of the record, the HARC chair specifically stated on the record, as recorded on 10/18/24 at 1 hour, 2 minutes, 40 seconds, quote, and as I said earlier, I was prepared to make some sort of motion versus elevating to the board, but I have made, just to clarify, no conclusion. So I will deliver it out loud now. At this point, the HARC chair delivered his decision for the record. The HARC chair also clearly stated on the record that this is a contributing house and that he takes this house and neighborhood very seriously. Per Land Use Code Section 5206C, now I'm speaking to the third part of the statement from the appellant in the notice, which is members of the public were not permitted to present slide presentations illustrating concerns during the testimony. Per Land Use Code Section 5206C, at a hearing to consider a development application, the reviewing body, in this case the HARC chair, shall review the data supplied by the applicant, review the findings and recommendations of the planning staff, and take testimony from all interested persons in attendance. In reviewing the record, the HARC chair reviewed the data supplied by the applicant, reviewed staff findings and recommendations, and took testimony from all interested persons in attendance. While the Land Use Code requires taking testimony from all interested persons in attendance, it does not require that persons in attendance be allowed to present slides during the public comment period. The public may submit comments in writing, including in the format of printed presentation slides for review by the decision-making body and/or may provide verbal testimony during the public hearing. So now I'm circling back to your sort of criteria for your decision-making here. And pursuant to Land Use Code Section 5207H, a decision of a reviewing body, and in this case, this is you, shall be focused on, when considering appeal, shall be affirmed, excuse me, I misspoke here. A decision of a reviewing body shall be affirmed when considering an appeal unless it is determined that the reviewing body acted arbitrarily and capriciously, abused its discretion, exceeded its jurisdiction, acted without proper evidence or a sufficient factual basis, or otherwise failed to act in accordance with the provisions of this title. The burden of proof shall be upon the appellant to demonstrate such grounds. I also want to really have you focused on the role of the HARC chair and the HARC board in terms of what your purview is for making decisions. There are some elements that might be raised this evening that are not in the purview of the HARC chair's decision-making. They may fall, for example, under an application for a permit to our Public Works Department or other aspects of decision-making. So I want you to really be focused on the what is under your purview as you think through the record and what will be brought before you this evening. And I think I will end there. I did provide you with some proposed motions for your consideration. There are 3 options there. And so you will see when you get to this point, and I will come back to you at that point, there are recommended motions to affirm the HARC chair decision, deny the HARC chair decision, and remand the application to the HARC chair. And so we will circle back to that subsequently, but that is the end of my brief presentation. Thank you so much for letting me update you.
I have a question
Sure.
on the third one about remanding
Yes.
the HARC chair decision. With town attorney's draft for the remand, blah, blah, blah.
The microphone.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
Thank you.
I move to direct the town attorney to draft resolution to remand the October 18th, 2024 HARC chair decision to approve the proposed minor scale and alterations based on the findings of staff memo. How is that different than the other 2? I guess I don't understand what this means.
Sure. Do you want to clarify, Ally?
Yeah,
Or
so
would you
I
like me
can
to?
clarify. So the
Okay.
first one is to affirm.
Right.
It's basically saying that you think that Mark did not make any procedural defects when rendering his decision. The second one is to reverse. So you are saying that he did make some mistake somewhere. You are reversing the decision. You are not sending it back to him to make a decision. You are just reversing it. And then the last one, remand, would mean that you are sending it back to Mark to reconsider this application, which could mean that he reaches the same conclusion. It could mean that he has a different conclusion. Either way, if you did find a procedural deficiency, he would have the opportunity to cure that during a hearing on remand.
Okay, I get it now. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, I think we then can move on with the appellant's presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Bo Nerlin. I'm an attorney with DeVore and Plumhoff in Montrose, Colorado. With me is Sherry Harvey, a local architect. And then on Zoom, we've got Clint Rosenthal. We represent Mr. Don Montgomery Jr., the appellant. Thanks to both town staff and to the commissioners for the opportunity to present our position this afternoon. From my client's perspective, the application at issue should have been initially heard by the full HARC board. When this agenda item was reviewed by Mr. Shamba as the HARC chair on October 18th, One of the proposed motions was to elevate the minor scale addition to the full commission. We believe that that was a good recommendation from the staff and that this application should have been elevated for a full review in November. Nevertheless, the minor scale review for 129 North Aspen was approved by the board chair with conditions, and we are here on the appeal. Again, we appreciate the HARC Commission's time. It is our perspective that the record does not adequately support the approval of the project. There are numerous comments that have been provided concerning the project and its diminution to the historic contribution to a historic contributing structure which will occur should the project proceed in its current iteration. With the appeal lodged by Mr. Montgomery, I'd also like to note the numerous public comments which have been lodged in opposition to the project. An August 19th, 2024 letter from attorney Mike Lynch to HARC noting 129 North Aspen already experiences issues with snow shedding and that should the project proceed, the issues will be exacerbated. A September 26, 2024 letter from Armando Coronado with Pro Services LLC raising concerns about snow removal between 123 and 129 North Aspen. An October 23, 2024 letter from Nori Winter raising issues with the curb cut and driveway, which will impact the visual contiguity of the front yards along Aspen Street, and noting that the design guidelines are clear about avoiding the impacts of driveways and curb cuts. An October 14, 2024 memo from Greg Anderson listing concerns with the proposed grading, driveway, parking, and curb cut for the project. In this memo, Mr. Anderson, as a licensed engineer, notes a number of issues with the proposed driveway and related curb cut and infrastructure, noting that the steep slope of Aspen Street, 10% grade, difficulties with entering the proposed driveway in the winter due to the accumulation of snow and ice, and the drainage from 129 North Aspen will contribute to damage and drainage issues for properties to the south. An October 1st, 2024 email from Narcissus Tudor noting the existing site conditions for 129 North Aspen and the difficulty removing snow between 129 North Aspen and 123 North Aspen. An October 14th, 2024 email from Sherry Harvey to town staff, which includes public records from 1990 HARC application for 129 North Aspen, noting that the full HARC board reviewed the proposal in 1990 and asking that the full board review the proposal for 129 North Aspen in October. A letter from James Goriez noting concerns with the project requesting the project request for a front driveway and taking the position that such a driveway would result in future problems for 123 North Aspen, the neighboring structure to the south. October 13th, 2024 letter from Dr. Bob Snipe requesting that story poles be installed for height evaluations and raising concerns on how the excavation around 129 North Aspen will impact the foundation and stability of his own house as a proximate neighbor. An October 16th, 2024 letter from Paul and Melinda O'Rourke noting that the proposed driveway will eliminate one, if not two, public street parking spaces and raising concerns with how the fences, sidewalks, and mature vegetation will be preserved during the construction process should the project proceed. Also providing a brief history of 129 North Aspen, noting that it may be eligible for inclusion into the National Register of Historic Places. An October 17th, 2024 letter from my office raising issues with snow shedding, parking, and requesting a preservation of the historic facade of 129 North Aspen. A December 17th, 2024 letter from Dr. Bob Snipe, again raising issues with the impact of the project on his foundation as a proximate neighbor and raising issues with the project given that the town is currently on a one-year probation from the National Flood Insurance Program and that this prohibition will have an impact on the town's ability to issue building permits for below-grade renovations. A December 27, 2024 letter from Paul and Melinda O'Rourke raising issues and additional questions concerning the project. These comments taken in whole are evidence that there is a great deal of concern regarding the project. The neighbors surrounding the project and the community as a whole see the project in its current iteration as having a significant impact on the neighborhood, and should the project continue, an example of a contributing property for the town will be lost. Given these concerns which have been raised on the record regarding the project and the specific purpose and intent of HARC under the town code, we are asking that the chair Chair's October 18th, 2024 decision be overturned. With respect to the specific appeal lodged on behalf of Mr. Montgomery, we've raised a number of areas where the project fails to meet the land use code. Section 6408B of the Land Use Code, site requirements. The project does not adequately address snow storage requirements under the code. The chair, when rendering his decision, did not address this deficiency under the Land Use Code. To date, neither the property owner nor the town's historic preservation planner have provided comments from Public Works addressing the project's lack of adequate snow storage. Section 5206D, action by the decision-making body. This was hit upon briefly by Steph during its presentation, but frankly, we have a little bit of a different perspective. During the hearing, the chair referenced that he was prepared to make a motion on the application before taking any public testimony or comment. To us, this showed bias by the chair through that decision. As noted, members of the public were not permitted to present slide presentations during their illustrating their concerns during the public comment period. While not required in the code, this has been allowed historically when members of the public are presenting either to the full HARC board or their chair. To us, that was an exemption that was not addressed beforehand and outside the normal operating procedures for HARC. Section 701A of the Land Use Code impacts. The proposed alteration of 129 North Aspen to include a new curb cut and a non-functional driveway will denigrate the uniqueness and history of the property and create additional impacts on adjacent properties. Further, it is estimated that this driveway will eliminate 2 public on-street parking spaces. As noted, when you all did your preamble, the intent and purpose of the Historic Overlay District is to preserve, maintain, and enhance the historic character, scale, architectural integrity, and cultural resources of the town and the Telluride Historic Landmark Districts, to protect the natural cultural resources of the town and its designation by the Natural Park Services as a National Historic Landmark District. The proposed alteration of 129 North Aspen to significantly modify its front facade and to include curb cut and a non-functional driveway will denigrate the historic character, scale, and architectural integrity of the property and the adjacent properties. We believe this is outside your guys' intent and purpose. On October 18th, the chair failed to consider the implementation of the town design guidelines and did not consider the applicable provisions in the land use code, which require that every development application shall be examined with respect to the town's design guidelines. As a historically contributing structure within the historic residential district, the project is subject to these design guidelines and the rehabilitation standards. Under rehabilitation standard number 2A1, preserve historic landscape features when feasible. Historic features may include walkways and retaining walls, streets, trees, special plantings, and other ornamental site features. We believe that the allowance of the curb cut and the parking does not meet this standard. Historic residential design guidelines 6A1 provide continuity in bicycle routes throughout the town, minimize hazardous conditions such as curb cuts, blind driveway intersections. Again, we believe that the creation of the driveway in the front is opposite of this design guideline. Historic residential design guideline number 8, site drainage. Runoff should be planned so it will not negatively impact historic and natural resources, adjacent properties, and the public right-of-way. Site drainage shall be detained on site. Floodway areas shall be designed to handle spring runoff and natural flows. Develop on-site drainage systems such as planned swales, rock beds, or dry wells on site as landscape amenities. Nothing in the project thus far has been addressed to that. Historic residential design guideline number 11. A new project can significantly affect neighboring properties. Such impacts including views, solar access, and snow shedding. Coordinate a site plan of individual buildings with lots of adjacent properties. Unusual setbacks may be appropriate when they help protect views to significant features. Minimize the number of driveways, parking, and service areas through cooperative planning with adjoining properties. This helps reduce the visual impacts of these elements on the neighborhood. Historic residential guideline number 16, parking design. Care should be taken to provide pedestrian circulation that does not conflict with vehicular circulation. Screen parking areas from street view from site features. Design parking facilities so that they are subordinate to other site features. On-site parking areas should be located inside or behind a building where visual impacts will be minimized unless site conditions prevent this arrangement. Curb cuts and driveways should be minimal in width and shared when feasible. Design the parking layout so all spaces are accessible and usable year-round. Historic residential guideline number 28, snow shedding. Provide for safe on-site snow and ice shedding and removal that is safe and secure. Provide adequate space for snow storage on-site. 129 North Aspen also subject to the general design considerations. The following considerations apply under section 7-105B of the Land Use Code. The relationship to adjacent buildings and buildings within the historic residential treatment area. The impact and development application of neighboring land use with respect to light, views, open space, access, traffic, natural conditions, and hazards. The degree to which existing historic character and architectural integrity are maintained and enhanced. The project's proposed modification of the front facade and landscaping of the property with the addition of a new curb cut and a non-functioning driveway with limited sight lines and turning radius is inconsistent with the HARC design guidelines and considerations. If approval remains, the property would transform from its traditional garden-style front yard into mostly hardscape and driveway. The limited sight lines from the proposed driveway, along with the limited turning radius in and out of the proposed driveway, create a blind driveway intersection, resulting in hazards to vehicles, pedestrians, bicycle traffic on the west side of North Aspen. Sacrificing 2 on-street public parking spaces to accommodate 1 curb cut for 1 on-site private parking at 129 North Bruce accelerates the existing shortage of on-street parking in Aspen Street and increases the potential that the owners of renters of the property will attempt to park more than 1 vehicle in the proposed driveway. Preventing more than 1 vehicle in the driveway will be difficult to enforce and increase the risk of traffic and pedestrian hazards along Aspen Street. Given the significant addition of hardscape, pavers, and basement enlargement in the project, the submittal should have included a stormwater management plan as required by the landscaping standards of the design guidelines. It did not. In closing, I hope that you will take these concerns seriously. We're asking that the HARC Commission reverse the chair's decision on October 18th and deny the approval of the minor scale alterations of 129 North Aspen with conditions. We'd ask that future applications for the development properly address the applicable code provisions. We believe that a number of the surrounding property owners are willing to sit down with the applicant before a new application is filed in an effort to address these concerns. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to both Clint and Sherry with anything that they might have to supplement.
Ms. Harvey, do you want to go first or should I jump in? I just have a couple of points to emphasize.
Go. You ready for me to share your slides?
I wanted to start off by saying, in all, if you don't mind. Sure, it's Sherry Harvey. I want to start off by saying that the procedural errors started with our notice the afternoon of the day before the hearing when we were told we weren't able to present slides. In my 10 years on the board and all my time previously, the public was able to present slides and pass out pictures in person if they came to a meeting. It was a way to get across a point. And even when the voodoo got called up to town council in August of 2022, and I remember I was taking my son to college, Mark asked me to present slides to town council since I couldn't be there. So it was a shock to hear the day before when we weren't able to present slides because I didn't put the words to match my slides together. They were just pictures, Mark. And obviously with the information that we were presenting between the inability of the space left over to even meet the requirements for a land use code, let alone the lack of drainage or a curb cut being shown, but the obvious fact that there wasn't enough snow storage and the huge problems of that were never addressed by Mark. So that was a procedural error that we have to start with, because obviously I'm allowed to present slides today, but I wasn't allowed to present slides that day. So there was also some problems with Zoom. I think that what Erica did do and Mark really well in that meeting was talk about the foundation material. And with that would have been another problem, that this parking spot could never have fit the requirements of the land use code. My slides were that I used to live in this house on the corner of Aspen and Columbia. And this shows the current driveway. Chris Papard did the renovation work on it, and they put a curb here. This driveway is a whole foot wider than what they're proposing. Can I turn the, excuse me. Thanks. Thanks. What button do I have to point it at the computer? Which is your computer?
Yeah, let me click on the right screen. There you go. It should be working. Try pointing at the TV.
Can you go to the next slide? So anyway, there's a curb there and you can see the drain. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see that our driveway, or now the work driveway, is a whole foot wider than what they're proposing. And out of that comes a 1.2 inch, 14-inch curb. That was not shown at all on this driveway. Here's my method too. So I often, even with snow tires, would hit Poncho's curb. You can see the dent here in front of the car. Go to the next one. All right, and you also can't open the car doors. It's not a functional driveway. Go to the next one. And here you can see you can't open the car doors. I also want to say the other good thing that came out of some of the previous hearings was they decided to not do a fully concrete driveway, which is obviously against some of those guidelines that Bo was referring to in HR 16C, which I'll talk about the parking facilities. Nori Winter also addressed this in his letter, which is on page 210 of your notes today. And I was thrilled to hear that he's going to be part of the continuing education for this year. I think it was a huge asset to be able to get his commentary on this project, as well as Narcis's letter, having lived in this house, let alone all the other people who commented on the practicality of this. Also, the other thing that was in my commentary was about the 1990 hearing, where it was an even less impactful proposal, and it had a full board site walk on April 25th, 1990. It had a work session with the full board on April 4th, and it had two full board HARC hearings in July and in May of 1990. And at that time, Rudy Davidson was the chair. And obviously Hadley Thompson lived in Bob's house and Josie Winter owned this house. And at that time, the board had told the two neighbors to go and work it out and come back. And I think that instead, this process does not make for good neighborly communications. And if the owner who was on the Zoom hearing could have seen these slides, then she could have gotten some of these visuals. And that information was not allowed to be shared at the hearing. So although it was great that they addressed snow guards and step lights, by understanding the foundation material and realizing that the space wasn't going to fit the LUC requirements of parking space, Mark didn't acknowledge that he understood that information, or else it wouldn't have been approved. So I do feel that that fits within what Kristen said about that the evidence was not verified that he understood what we were saying. We can go to the next one. Okay, so here's a picture of North Oak Street, which has the most contributing structures on it.
Into the microphone, please.
Oh, sorry. So this was a picture of North Oak Street, which has the most contributing structures on it. There's only one parking space, one driveway cut on North Oak Street, and it has much greater setbacks, and it's actually not even used. But you can see what's ideal in terms of parking to be parked on the street. You can go to the next one, Piper. More of the parking. Next one. Okay, this is a picture of Rudy Davidson's house on North Oak Street, which has enough room for a driveway next to it, but doesn't have that. So I think that's in keeping with this policy of HR 16 and what Nori brought up in his letter. You can go to the next one. And then these show that you can't open a car door even in the wider parking area. So I do think if the owner could have heard and understood that it wasn't going to work, and I do think town has a duty to make sure that parking spots work, they're going to allow them. Is there another slide of the same one? Yeah, the same condition where you can't open a car door. Thank you. Go ahead, Clint.
Sure. Thank you for your time. I think Ms. Harvey touched on a lot of the points that I was going to make. Am I able to share my screen here? I just have a couple of things I'd like to point out in the record. I'm sorry, was that a no?
That was a yes. You can
Oh,
share.
yes. Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, I think it's worth noting just what the application showed and what the actual site conditions are. So this is page 64 of the October 10 record, which is the applicant's submittal, just in terms of the, what they're proposing to do, the proposed design. This is what they're showing the site to look like. If you look at the actual photo of the site here at 85, I'll blow this up. I think it's important to note that these trees are here. And that goes into, HR 11, you minimize driveways, HR 16, you minimize curb cuts. Ms. Harvey talked about the requirement in HR 16 that the driveway be usable year round. Obviously, there's not enough door radius to even open or close a car door when it's parked in this driveway. So what's going to happen, or what's likely to happen, is that the owners or renters or whoever's occupying this place is going to have to back out into the public right of way, the sidewalk, to get in and out of a vehicle, which obviously impedes pedestrian access. But I think also in terms of the general design guidelines, 7105B, to consider the impact on traffic and hazards, like it's just dangerous, because this is whoever's backing in or out of this driveway is going to have a blind spot to the south here. In either trying to get in or out of this driveway. So, not only does it impact just the visual and overall look and feel of the neighborhood, but it just creates a hazard of people either being parked across the sidewalk, or not being able to see people approaching, from the south when they're moving in and out of this driveway. And that's part of the chair's mandate and the committee's mandate, is to make sure that, not only does this comply with the design guidelines and it's a contributing structure, so it contributes to the look and feel of the neighborhood, but also to make sure that it's safe. And frankly, putting a non-functioning driveway where people can't get in and out of their cars and then are backing out with a blind spot to the south, like that creates a hazard. Not only is it going to be difficult to enforce if people are trying to park more than one car in that driveway, or are parking on the sidewalk, because the neighbor's only recourse there is just to try to report them every time, which creates a burden on enforcement, and frankly is going to be difficult to do. But it also just creates a very, in our opinion, dangerous situation and dangerous condition for cars coming in and out of that driveway. So those are the only additional points I had to make.
So I think that we've got a couple of neighbors here that would also like to provide public comment, both online and on Zoom, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that the commission might have.
Certainly, yeah, we'll get to public comment after any questions for the appellant, and then we'll have the applicant's presentation, and then we'll get to public comment. Does anyone have any questions for the appellant? I just have one question. I did read through the transcript twice. And one of your factual bases of appeal is that it was your impression that Mr. Shambaugh perhaps was prejudicial when he mentioned that he was ready to make a motion. Do you know what line the transcript that was on? If that's too much to dig into.
I don't. We can certainly provide that. It was within, if you watch the video right after the staff presentation. So
Okay.
I've got it printed out. See if I can find it.
Well, to me, it just matters because I was just looking for the context around that.
We're talking about the foundation material. And then he said, I'm
Okay.
ready to put that in a condition and make a motion. And
Right, which was before public comment. Okay, that was really my only question. Anyone else? Okay, seeing done, we'll move forward with the applicant's presentation.
Share his screen or slide on this. Okay. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Jim Mahoney, attorney for the applicant, the Feeneys, who own 129 North Aspen. I'll let Peter get our slides pulled up. Okay, well, good evening. Thank you guys for all being here. We appreciate you taking the time to consider this appeal from the appellants, and we'll go through our response. We can go to the next slide, Peter. First, I just want to reiterate, and I know that staff has already gone over this, but the standards for you as the decision-making body here, and they're very deferential to the decision maker. And I really want to emphasize that. I mean, you need to look at this, and in order to overturn it, you really need to feel that it missed the mark, if you will, and was out in left field on that. So just wanted to reemphasize that. I thought staff did a great job of emphasizing that in their presentation. We can go to our next slide, Peter. Also just want to, reemphasize that an extraordinary majority is required to overturn a decision. And then in the appeals, you've got to consider the record and only the record. And clearly says only the record, not new evidence, not new testimony, not new public comment, but the record that was presented to Mark. You're essentially standing in his shoes and saying, was he arbitrary? Did he abuse his discretion? And that's clearly not the case here. So we'll just quickly go through the appellant's arguments that they presented in their written materials, which is the basis of their appeal. So we can go to the next one, Peter. Yep. Okay. Okay. So the first section that they cite is LUC section 303. And when you look at, or 303B, and when you look at that, it's requirements for a road or driveway. And if you look at that whole section 303 in its entirety, it discusses properties having adequate vehicular access, which include town roads, public right-of-ways, or private roads and driveways. This property is clearly abutting Aspen. That's the vehicular access to get to this property. And so those provisions where it's, a longer driveway, a wider driveway, those are not applicable. And we can go to the next section. You'll see that the applicable section here is actually section 3-109, and it's for an off-street parking space.
and it needs to be uninstructed area measuring not less than 8 feet in width by 18 feet in length, 7 feet in height. This parking space meets all of that. So all of the commentary about can't open a door, needs to be wider, not applicable. This parking space clearly meets the standards of the LUC for a parking space. We can go on to the next argument. The next argument is on curb cuts and that it should be the minimum necessary to serve a subject parcel. They're asking for 1 curb cut. That's the minimum necessary to serve the parcel. It also goes on to talk about when a property is outside the historic grid pattern, no entrance or exit should be located near 50 feet or nearer than 10 feet of property line. And then it talks about if those requirements would leave a parcel without access, either or both of these setback requirements may be reduced by Public Works. The applicant has talked to Public Works, haven't gotten any, negative input or anything like that on that. They have not opposed that. I'd also like to say that this is within the historic north-south grid pattern, east-west grid pattern. So I'm not even sure, again, that these standards are applicable here. And again, it's really the purview of Public Works on the curb cut on that. And we can go to the next slide. Okay. And you can kind of just, we just showed what was in the application here on the curb cut and Aspen Street and the points that I've already kind of made there. And we can go to the next slide on snow storage. Again, the applicant is trying to interject sections that are not applicable to the review here. They cite section 6-408, B10, 6-408 are subdivision design criterias. This is not a subdivision application. And so again, those criteria in their written appeal do not apply here. And we can go through this here. There's actually quite a bit of snow storage on this property. It was shown in the application, but again, there's quite a bit of it. The roof that faces the appellant's property is on the sunny side, as shown in the application, and the conditions, it will have roof rails on that. And then the surface is also permeable. So it's designed to kind of, absorb as much as it can for the runoff on that. And really, there's not a change in the existing snow storage capacity based on this application. There's actually a little more permeable area through this application. We can go to their next. Sure.
That the color image in the bottom right corner, the graphic to describe some pavers in a yard. And this is the concept. I think the applicants or the appellant's presentation we saw did have some renderings that showed that as gravel. And I will also add that the trees do not exist on this lot. They are on the neighboring lot and they're not impacted as a result. Sorry.
Perfect. No, perfect. All right. So I think staff already touched on this, but the appellant touched on it in their letter that there was, an allegation of prejudging this. And these are comments that we took from the record here. And so there was a comment where the chair said, hey, he was getting ready to make a motion, but as the staff clarified, that was that he wasn't going to kick it up to the full HARC and that he was going to make a motion one way or the other after the testimony. And then he clarifies, and you can read those right there. I mean, he just says he was making notes, getting ready for the motion. He goes through, said he, looked at all the information twice. He takes this very seriously in this neighborhood and contributing, and clarifies what he said earlier. And then, as staff alluded to, there were 2 hearings, ample public comment time was given, written public comments were submitted as Bo kind of exhaustively went through all of those comments. And so any allegation that, there wasn't due process here is just not accurate on that. And well clarified by Mark when he was making his determination on that. We can go.
I have one more
Yep,
comment
sure.
on that related. It was mentioned by the appellant's team that process of review in 1990, when the current home that's there was approved to be added onto the river, that it involved a higher review by the board. That was a historic house, as I understood it, that had a basement and a addition to the north, and it followed the application requirements, which were that it go to the full board. And that, I think, is the standard still today. This is not the case for this application. It's not our job to defend staff here, but they reviewed the criteria, the application, and it went where it was allowed to go or is directed to go, which is to the chair, not to staff, not to the board. Just want to make that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And to follow up on that point, the chair does, I think they mentioned that one of the motions that was allowed to the chair was to elevate that. And that's the chair's purview once it gets directed to the chair to then say, hey, I'm not comfortable with this. I'm elevating it. He didn't make that determination on that. Sure. Okay, so the appellant went through and kind of Bo recited a number of the HARC certificate appropriateness requirements that they didn't think were met, but this was a very full and robust application for this addition and the curb cut and driveway. And basically the key points here is that we're not removing any street trees, landscaping, walls, or driveways. The curb cut doesn't actually impede the vision or create a blind corner. It's not actually on the corner. It's very common throughout town and in this area. The site drainage, we're not really altering the site drainage. The driveway is going to be a permeable surface around the pavers. And if Public Works has an issue with that, building permit, final, then, my client would be happy to engage a drainage engineer as needed if that's necessary, but we don't think it is. The goal of the code is actually to encourage on-site parking and, if possible, reduce visual impacts. You can see that the conditions were very robust on that. Removed the second space, pulled back the porch there so there couldn't be the second space. So that was clearly addressed in the application. And again, on snow shedding, there's not really much change in the snow shedding from the existing structure there on that. So that's really, I think we can go to our conclusion slide unless you have anything else, Peter. It's a fully compliant application. The design actually improves the historic structure from the old glass enclosure in the back that doesn't really fit. Doesn't damage or impact the neighboring property in any way. It followed a robust review process. It was not arbitrary or capricious. He didn't abuse his authority. So we feel that the board should clearly uphold the decision of the HARC chair. And we'll take any questions.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions for the applicant? I have none. So then at this point, we'll open up the process to any public comments. Please state your name. Come up to the microphone here. As you can tell, we're fairly stringent about recording everything for the record here.
My name is Dr. Robert Snip. I'm a licensed Colorado physician, and my wife and I live full-time at 418 West Columbia, adjacent to this property. And I've written a couple of letters with our opinions, and I'd like to make 3 points. First point is, this may be Mr. Montgomery's primary objection, but I would represent this to the board that this is a unified objection of all adjoining neighbors. We all have different issues at hand, but we are unified, not as one disgruntled property owner, but as surrounding properties on every side that's adjacent to this property. Second of all, I don't know that
the impact of the parking has been emphasized, because now that the town is going to remove lots of what is now G parking areas, I, for one, buy a permit, 2 permits every year to be able to park there. Now that we're getting cannibalized of our ability to park what we buy, this parking area, losing 1 or 2 parking spots, is not without impact on the neighborhood, not only for our guests, but our right to park our own vehicles. And lastly, when I did an extensive remodeling in 2016, 2017, and one of my letters specifies that, I was specifically precluded from any permits that were below grade, and our below grade was only half a floor. We still had egress windows. This proposal takes it well below grade, and I don't understand it. I'm a physician, not an engineer or an architect, but I have severe concerns as to why the rules apparently are changing for living quarters, electrical, utilities, and other items below grade in a flood plan that still is AO designated by FEMA, in a town that is non-compliant at this point with its permitting processes and is on probation, and as yet has not solved that problem, is going to lose the whole ball of wax on March the 9th of this year. So we have severe questions about that kind of permitting process, although I realize that may be out of the purvey of this hearing. It remains a significant question as to why the town inspector told me very clearly, had I tried to build my house today, I would be limited to merely storage and one outlet for power. And now we look at bedrooms and living quarters and bathrooms. So I think it's important to make sure we understand this is not just one disgruntled house owner. This is the entire neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. And I should have mentioned before you began, but thank you for sticking to the unstated stipulations. We're going to try to limit public comment to 3 minutes per. Anyone else have public comment?
Good evening, Rick Fusting, 521 West Colorado Ave. First, I believe the homeowner's gone through great lengths trying to restore the historical integrity of the home. We know the process is long, hard. Thank you for HARC and getting the path there. The commentary gets a little questionable sometimes. I was here in the summertime. Mike Lynch, who works for the neighbor, addressed that there'd be 2 big Suburbans parked in there for this 3,000 square foot home, family of 4 from Toronto. I see pictures of slides of a vehicle there. That might be one person's perspective or thought. I think we also have to take into consideration electric vehicles, the little golf carts. They're quite popular now in town. People use them, pull right in there with your groceries, park in and out, a lot less impact to the homeowner. So I think we don't need to always look at the worst case scenario. I think we can also look at a more positive best case scenario. I appreciate the owner of the home going through and bringing the home back to its historical integrity. Thanks.
Thank you.
Are we allowed to just a brief rebuttal or?
There'll be time for that after all public comment has been made. Yeah. Anyone else?
You might remind people to raise their hand. We've got several online.
Oh, if you're online and you'd like to make comment, please locate the raise hand function of your Zoom meeting. Piper will be able to see that. Piper sees none. It doesn't appear to me that there's any other public comment in person. So we'll close public comment. And now at this time, if staff would like to respond or rebut at all, please do so.
Certainly. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm just going to hit on some of the points that I heard from the appellant that I may not have specifically addressed in my presentation. So just to follow up, and then also to reiterate a couple of points. The element regarding the the potential for the application to have been elevated to the full HARC board. Again, that is subject to Mark's discretion, and he determined that he had everything that he needed to move forward in making that decision. It may have been something that staff suggested he consider, but it's his discretion to decide whether to elevate to the HARC board. This decision was in his purview as HARC chair in a HARC chair meeting. So, we cannot, there's things can be proposed, but that doesn't mean he has to make that determination. It's on him to have that ability to decide. In terms of reference to, you had asked for hang on one second, let me just get back to it. I looked up the transcript while we were here, so I want to respond to that element. Hang on one moment. I can log back into my computer. Okay, so a couple of things, and you can all reference the transcript as well, but so there is one point at on line 440, which is 35 minutes and 9 seconds, where Mark said, and I think it's tough with the transcript. I think there's the intention was what he said. He stated, yeah, and I was actually making notes. And he just said, getting ready for the motion. So thanks for volunteering that. I think that'd be a good solution if we consider this. So, okay, I'm making notes furiously here. Okay, anything else? So he was just speaking to the fact that he was making notes, and I'm just reading the record here, and getting ready for the motion. That is the statement, and it's on line 440. Subsequently, on line 680 at 58 minutes, 23 seconds, he says, quote, and you've heard this, but I'm going to say it again just for clarification, quote, okay, all right, so I'm going to deliberate, kind of thinking out loud to be transparent. Number one, I said at the beginning, I've read every public comment and looked at information twice because I take this in this particular house, contributing house, very seriously. And when I mentioned earlier, just for the record, that I was planning on making a motion, well, I need to make some sort of motion. It doesn't say I hadn't concluded or made any conclusions, only notes, which I have, in fact, all over many of the public letters of input. And then the last sort of line, if you need to refer to it, is line 544 at 45 minutes, 41 seconds. This is just an example of Mark making sure he had the record straight, and this is on the record. Oh, real quickly, I know we are not allowed to have dialogue, but I just missed your first comment. I couldn't hear it about a basement door. I just want to make sure I heard everything. What was that? So that was just him making a point of clarification. Anyways, I just wanted to give you those line items. I also, in terms of looking, I had mentioned that some of the elements of the appellant's notice of appeal weren't in the purview of the HARC determination, and a couple of examples, and they actually were referenced by the applicant as well, but I was planning to bring you back to these in terms of the curb cuts. That's Public Works, and it's under their purview, and there were no comments submitted by Public Works when they looked at this application initially, but for the curb cut, that permit will have to go through Public Works, and that decision-making happens at that stage. So this is not a permit that is issued by HARC, as you know, but just to emphasize that. And there are a few other things in there, such as the reference to 6408B site requirements. Those site requirements are in Land Use Section 6, which is our subdivision design criteria. And the heading of that is subdivisions shall comply with the following conditions. And those site requirements under 6408B pertain to subdivisions. And so that is not applicable in this case. So these are just a couple of examples where there are some elements in these statements that actually aren't under the purview, or where there are land use code references that actually don't directly apply to this project. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that. And let me just look at my notes here. So clearly, we can't relitigate the decision. I made it very clear what your standards are for decision making. I'm happy to bring that slide back up when you get to the time of consideration of motions. And so let me know if you would like that. And clearly some of these elements are, subject to interpretation. So that is part of this as well. So I don't know, Ally, I'm gonna call on you for a moment. Would you like me to speak again to the slide element, or do you feel like I covered that in my initial staff presentation? I'm happy to explain the land use code again if that is important at this stage as part of the rebuttal.
I leave that up to you. You did touch on it before, but that was before the appellant and the applicant had a chance to also speak on the matter. So if you feel that there's more to say, then I definitely would ask you to say it.
Okay, excellent. All right. Do you have my slides on your screen? Okay, I can just say it broadly that, well, I'd prefer to refer to the slides if you could give me one moment. Thank you so much. And it's possible, hang on one second, I might have them here. But I do think it's important to clarify that point because that is sort of a comment about procedure and procedural issues. In terms of that aspect, let me go back to it. The appellant had stated in their notice of appeal that members of the public were not permitted to present slide presentations illustrating concerns during the testimony. Again, I will remind the HARC board that per Land Use Code Section 5206C, at a hearing to consider a development application, the reviewing body shall review the data supplied by the applicant, review the findings and recommendations of the planning staff, and take testimony from all interested persons in attendance. In reviewing the record, the HARC chair did review the data supplied by the applicant, reviewed staff findings and recommendations, and took testimony from all interested persons in attendance. And while the land use code requires taking testimony from all interested persons in attendance, it does not require that persons in attendance be allowed to present slides during the public comment period. The public may submit comments in writing, including in the format of printed presentation slides for review by the decision-making body, and or may provide verbal testimony during the public hearing. So that is the land use code. That's the facts. Separate from that, we have policies that sort of guide processes that are not required, but sometimes, they're policies above and beyond that, speaking to specific elements. And in this case, if a member of the public, and this is sort of a policy, if a member of the public provides slides 24 hours in advance, moving forward, and it sounds like this, basically, if someone brings slides 24 hours in advance, our clerks, through their technology will show those slides as part of that public comment. We do not allow the public to utilize their own technology or to take over control of our equipment, but as long as those comments are submitted 24 hours in advance per our policy, again, it's not required, but per our policy, we can accommodate that and make it possible through the clerks to show those slides. So I believe in this instance that 24-hour period, the slides may not have come in that 24-hour period. We are focused on implementing that policy moving forward as well, and want to make it clear, though, that Mark stated that he reviewed all the public comments 2 times fully, reviewed the slides, reviewed everything, heard all the public comments, and procedurally, he followed all the procedures as required. So that I just wanted to make sure I emphasize that just as part of the rebuttal. And if you have anything else to add, Ally, or is that?
Nope, I think that's sufficient. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very
I
much.
have a question, but I'm not sure it's a good question, but
Okay. Give it a try.
well, you're talking about the slides that were wanted to be shown at the hearing. Were they provided in
Yes.
a copy?
Yes, they were provided.
Mark had those in his hand.
Yes, and I can ask, Ally, do you want to speak to that? But yes, they were included in the record, they were provided, they were reviewed, but not visually through a laptop on screen. So yes, absolutely, and they're part of the record as public comment. Good question.
No, so you'll have a chance for rebuttal, but this is the town's time.
Yes. So I think that's all, unless you have any specific questions for me following on the presentations you heard, but I just wanted to make a few clarifications at this point.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, it's at this point that the appellant can provide any response or rebuttal.
I just wanted to clarify that.
You'll need to find the microphone though.
Hi, Sherry Harvey. I just wanted to clarify that. I didn't put words on my slides, and I didn't feel as if Mark heard anything that I said. And I don't think that staff did either, because otherwise I would have shown to them that the dimensions did not fit the land use code for width. Once you put on an 8-foot wide space, the curb needed to stop the water going down. And then Mark made it and staff made a condition to put a stone foundation. Proud of the board form concrete, there wouldn't have been enough space. So if I had known that I couldn't have shown slides, and it wasn't so much about the 24-hour period, I didn't understand that because it was a new thing that came up, I would have put my words on with the slides so that they would have been seen and heard at the same time, versus you're just looking at a picture of Oak Street. You have no idea what that would have been if you didn't have my commentary with it. So in that respect, I think if Mark saw that it didn't have the 8-foot width, then he would have said, let's continue that conversation. You know, I think that that clearly shows that the information was not heard. That's
Yeah, I think that that's a really good point because, my office, we put slides together as well that were just visual and we were going to, provide the discussion on that, but there was not the specific language on those because we were not aware of the fact that you couldn't kind of share those during the presentation. They were provided within that 24-hour time period as well. Quickly on the rebuttal, Clint, I don't know if you had anything on your end, but there's just a couple of points I'd like to make. So. Looks like he's on mute.
I've asked him to unmute.
There we go. Thank you. But Bo, go ahead and I'll touch on any points after you make your rebuttal.
Thank you. So just the applicant, we disagree with their legal counsel's interpretation on driveway versus parking space. I would note that during Mr. Mahoney's discussion, he constantly referred to it as a driveway and not a parking space. So to us, that suggests, what the thought process is there. The Public Works has been silent on the curb cuts. We're not aware of any comment that's been made. We feel like, why go down this road without having Public Works weigh in on that? And so therefore, we feel like it's important to raise these issues and highlight the applicable code provisions. As was discussed by Dr. Snip, there are a number of neighbors that have lodged complaints about this project in the whole, and not just on one area or the other, and it's in the totality. So this is not just one neighbor complaining, but those within the surrounding neighborhood have concerns about the size and scope of the project and the impact that it will have. Lastly, there was a comment made by Mr. Fusting, focusing on like a best case scenario versus a worst case scenario with the use of the parking. If that's the case, we would ask if the applicant's willing to consider another condition of limitation or a restrictive covenant, something along those lines that would focus on that best case scenario to lessen and mitigate the impact. And that's really all I had.
Thank you. I should point out that I got out of order just a little bit, but I was trying to address Ms. Harvey's hand in the air, but the applicant should have responded first and the appellant should have responded second. Hopefully that's not catastrophic, but does the applicant have any response or rebuttal they'd like to offer?
Peter Sante for the applicants. I can say it's been mentioned now twice that somehow the foundations are going to render a viable parking space. unfeasible, and that's not the case. Thank you.
I'll also just point out that the way the process is set up, we can't go to Public Works and ask for a curb cut permit until we have a certificate of appropriateness. So, you know, they had communicated with Public Works on this, but we can't go ask for that permit until after this whole process is done. So that just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, everyone. So at this point, I just want to make sure that we are all aware that if we want to have any other questions or gain any other information to make a decision, now's the time. The minute we begin deliberating, it's not open any longer to any other information. So any more questions?
I don't either. I think everything, my notes have been covered
Hmm.
together.
So then we're going to close the public portion of the hearing and we'll end our HARC deliberations. So at this point, there'll be no additional comments by either the applicant, the appellant, or the public or staff for that matter. Who'd like to deliberate first?
Well, I guess I'll try to jump in here. Looking at what we've been provided, it is a very tight space for parking. But it does meet the 18 by 8 requirement. And there's certainly room if there needs to be other mitigating things like curbs or whatever. I think there's room to do that. They provided pavers with a gravel surface in between, so it will be somewhat permanent. It will be permeable, and possible, you know, further study. They might need to do a dry well, whatever. After that, they've added the snow guards. It is a very tight place. I mean, the houses are very close together here. So I can't see, I'll just say it, I can't see where the chair made any arbitrary, capricious, or abused his position, acted without proper evidence. I think everything was provided to him at that October meeting. I have difficulty saying that or seeing that he did made a wrong decision.
I'm pretty much in agreement with Bob. I'm empathetic to all sides of the situation. I mean, I think, you know, I'm not defending anyone specifically, but we always try to get this right. A lot of the stuff that they are arguing is partially out of our purview. As we go back in deliberations with all the time, and we all get on both sides of it. But I believe the findings that I've heard this evening from both sides and everything that I'm supposed to be reviewing under the certain conditions, I'm in agreement with him. I don't think there was anything preciously or arbitrarily done in his decision-making on this project.
Yeah, I agree with you both. You know, to come back into this, you know, we would have to decide that, you know, one of 5 options, right? That either the HARC chair acted arbitrarily, capriciously. I think in reading through the transcript, it's clear to me, and watching the video, it's clear to me that he wasn't being arbitrary or capricious. He was quite thoughtful and asked numerous questions. Did he abuse his discretion? I don't think so. Did he exceed his jurisdiction? Certainly not. Did he act without proper evidence or sufficient factual basis? He acted with the evidence and factual basis that was provided to him and asked for more in addition to that. And then the last would be fail to act in accordance with the provision of this title. And I don't think that would stand either. I think he supported the design guidelines, the HARC design guidelines for building and Telluride quite well. And I'll just say more, he did so probably more conservatively than I would have as chair. So I can't see based on what you both have said, and I can't see based on my own thought process here. I can't see reversing his decision because I don't know how I would justify it. I can't see remanding it back to him because I don't know what he would change. And it's the same criteria that I don't think we can support. So then the only option left is to affirm. But I'll ask one of you to make that motion.
Okay.
If you wish.
Certainly. I move to direct the town, this is the first one, right? Yes. To draft a resolution to affirm the October 18th, 2024 HARC Chair decision to approve the proposed minor scale addition and alterations at 129 North Aspen based on the findings in the staff memo dated October 18th, 2024, and with three conditions pursuant to Land Use Code sections 7-203 A1 C2 and Land Use Code 7-203 A3 C2 with the following findings. Simple majority. Okay.
Just finding one.
Then I do number one. The HARC chair did not arbitrarily and capriciously did not act arbitrarily and capriciously, did not abuse its discretion, did not exceed its jurisdiction, did not act without proper evidence or sufficient factual basis, and did not fail to act in accordance with the provisions of Title 18, the Telluride Land Use Code of the Telluride Municipal Code. This motion is based on a review of the HARC chair record, a public hearing held on January 15th, 2025, with notice of such hearing provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code.
I'll second that motion.
Stacy, yes.
Bob, yes.
Andrew, yes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your time. I gotta scroll way back up.
Just a lot of fun.
Sorry, I'll get to the next item, but there's a lot of pages to scroll to get there.
Yeah, there's over 200.
Thank you.
So I will. My goodness. Well, I'm all the way, but I'm down into it, you know.
It takes a while.
Transcript. I would be better off just going back to the beginning.
Yeah, you could hit on it.
Paper, can you unmute Mark? He needs to be unmuted.
Oh, right. Because at this point now, I'm not the chair anymore.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Yeah, I don't know what that problem is, sorry.
It looks like there's something in front of your camera, maybe.
Oh. Well,
The lamp.
The lamp.
oh, okay, let me work on that while we proceed, so I don't hold us up, and I'll play around with that. I don't know what that is. So sorry. So the next public hearing item is, number 2, is at 416 West Pacific, a CA extension. And it's consideration of a 3-year extension of a CA number 10956 per land use code 7203B3B1. Legal description is lot 36A, block 6, West Tyrant edition at 416 West Pacific, and the accommodations 1 district. Owner Box Canyon LLC, the Colorado LLC, applicant Lene Fine LLC, and staff member Erica Jensen. Erica?
Darren's actually going to present this one for us.
Oh, okay, hi Darren, go ahead.
Hi, Mark. Thank you. All right, this is the consideration for a CA extension for 416 West Pacific. There are 2 criteria that must be met for a CA extension. Number 1 is at the HARC board to determine if the approval is still consistent with the current design guidelines and if the applicant has demonstrated a legitimate need to delay construction. This project was approved in 2022 pursuant to the 2015 design guidelines. The design guidelines have been modified since the project was approved. The board must determine if the approval is consistent with the 2024 design guidelines. The applicant provided a narrative that describes the financial and contractual hardships that have impacted construction. The HARC board must determine if the applicant has demonstrated legitimate need to delay construction. And criterion number 2 is an application for a CA extension must be submitted 2 months prior to expiration. Criterion number 2 has been met as a request for the CA extension was submitted on November 11th, more than 2 months prior to its expiration. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the request as it meets both criteria. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions? Okay, we should hear from the public, if there's any public comment on this extension.
For the
Seeing
applicant.
none.
We can see you now, Mark.
Yeah, I fixed it, sorry. Thank you. Then, well, I'm sorry. We should hear from the applicant if they're there. Sorry. I was fooling around with my photo and forgot where I was, but is the applicant there? Or online? If so, raise your hand. If you'd like to comment.
What would their name be?
Ursula or?
Or Frank. I don't see them online.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. So, no applicant. So is there any public comment? And Piper, unless you see some, I don't.
There's none in the room and none online.
Okay, thanks, Piper. So therefore, board deliberations, I mean, this is routine. We've been doing this and we haven't argued about 3 years, but welcome any comment and then we'll get to a motion.
Yep.
I think the one thing to consider is there's been a change to the design guidelines in 2024 design guidelines, and the question is, would the project still be approvable under the new guidelines? I think staff indicated that it would be.
Right.
So that's the first question, and then the other criteria is just that it was submitted on time, which it was. So I don't really think there's much more to discuss, really.
Okay.
I don't think the project was pushing any limits that we had heartburn over, so.
Okay, everybody agree? So we can, who would like to make a motion?
And you have a hand up online?
Oh, geez. Well, okay.
Myra Chaplet.
Hey, sorry, it took me it took me a moment to find the raise hand button. I'll keep it brief. I'm not here to object to the motion, but I'm only asking if there is a way to ensure that the alley be kept clear. It's a very busy alley. My name's Ira Chaplick. I live across from the subject property in One House West. And they don't have an opportunity to stage at the front of the lot, only at the back of the lot. And given the tight quarters, hoping that if the commission is looking to approve this, that they just request that contractors keep the alley clear and access to the many garages on the alley available for ingress and egress. And that was it. Thank you for accommodating me. I appreciate for coming in late.
Okay, thank you. And again, we're only voting on whether there's an extension of this approval or not going back into the approval at this moment. So would someone like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion. I move to approve the request to extend the original certificate of appropriateness number 10956 for 416 West Pacific by adding 3 years to the current March 20th, 2025 expiration date of the original CA based on the following findings. 1 through 3 is stated. This motion is based on evidence and testimony at a public meeting held on January 15th, 2025 with such notice of meeting provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code.
I will second.
Okay, let's vote. Stacy?
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
Bob,
Mark,
yes. Mark, yes. Bob, yes.
And Mark, yes.
Andrew, yes.
Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Can we
Okay,
take a 2-minute break, please?
yes. Okay, let's
Oh,
take it.
Mark,
Yes.
I'm recused from the next application due to an ongoing contractual relationship with Sante Architect.
Okay, thank you. Mhm. Okay, we'll give it another minute here. Okay, somehow I've lost my picture of the room and all of you. I gotta get rid of me. I wonder why that is. No.
It should come back once they start talking again, Mark.
Okay. Okay. Everybody back? Okay, we'll go ahead and I'll do the introduction here while everybody's reassembling. And the third public hearing item is the Stender residence continuation from October 18th and December 18th of 24. It's consideration of an application for small-scale new construction outside the THLD, but within the HPOD in the residential zone district that will contain 2,500 square feet or more of floor area per land use code 7203B1 A, and insubstantial scale new construction outside the THLD, but within the HPOD in the residential zone district, it will contain 950 square foot or less of floor area per land use code 7203B1C1. Legal descriptions, Block C, Block 3, Hall's addition to the town of Telluride, address to be determined on North Aspen. It's in the residential zone district. Top of Aspen LLC is the owner. Sante Architects, the applicant, and staff member Erica Jensen. Erica.
Great, thank you so much. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so this is the review for 420 North Aspen. It was continued from the October 16th meeting and then continued again without discussion from the December 18th HARC meeting. Just a brief overview. It is in the residential zone district, transitional hillside treatment area. It is outside the THLD, and it is the proposal of new construction of a primary structure and accessory structure. Just a brief clarification before I get into the conditions. There was public comment that I hope you all reviewed from Stephanie Fanos and Nicole Peters. And in one of those public comments, it was pointed out that there was a reference to the setback agreement in the staff memo. I would just like to clarify that that was a staff error, and the setback agreement is not being considered in this application. The town is not privy to that agreement. I also want to clarify that any floodplain issues will be addressed before building permit, and wetland mitigation, any wetland issues will be addressed after the CA is issued. So condition 1 from October was to revise the building form so that there is one dominant element, and condition 2 was to revise the 2 shed roof forms on the east side of the project to be more appropriate in scale. So the shape and form of the project has dramatically changed. The front gable was shifted, so now there is a predominant side-facing gable, and the 2 very long shed roofs on the rear were removed and replaced with more traditionally seen roof elements, including a gable form. Condition 3 was to revise the size of the dormer so that the primary gable was more prominent. This dormer is now being considered a gable and has been shifted to one side of the roof. So now there's a predominant side-facing gable and this gable as well. Condition 4 was to reduce the amount of glazing and window clusters on the east and north elevation. This condition has been retained. Condition 5 was to reduce the windows to have a more traditional placement and grouping and window to wall ratio. This condition was also retained. And condition 6 was to reduce the large areas of glass throughout the project, and this condition has been revised. As you can see, especially on the north elevation of the project, the glazing has been significantly reduced, but there are still concerns about that north elevation. The cluster of glazing, it's an untraditional grouping of windows, so those conditions have been retained. Condition 7 was to reduce the number of skylights. There were 9 skylights before, there are now 6. I am hoping the applicant can clarify how many skylights there are. On the roof plan, this skylight being circled by my mouse does not exist, but on the elevations it does. So hopefully the applicant can clarify about that skylight. Condition 8 was to provide more open space throughout the project, specifically at the rear. This condition has been revised. And condition 12 was to reduce the size of the deck on the north and south elevations of the alley structure. This is before, and this slide shows after. So the deck on the alley side has been significantly reduced, but there are still concerns about the large size of the deck and the amount of open space throughout the project. Condition 11 is to revise the alley structure to not mimic the primary structure. And condition 12 was to revise the materials on either the primary or secondary structure so that they are distinct from one another. Because the shed roofs were removed from the primary structure, and actually the shed roof on the secondary structure was revised as well. In form and materials, the two structures are now very distinct from one another. Condition 13 was to revise the barnwood siding on the primary structure to be less rustic. And condition 14 was to revise the barnwood siding on the primary structure to be either painted or stained. A more finished material is now proposed, different types of wood siding, both in a stained finish. These were the other conditions from October. Condition 14 has been revised as there are still 2 sconces on the second level deck that will need to be replaced with step lights. And the other condition that has been retained is condition 18, as the south side setback is still proposed as 3 feet, and staff has not found that it meets the land use code requirement for variance. So here are the conditions as they exist today. Number 4 is the only completely new condition, and that is to revise the alley structure to contain less glazing, especially on the bay window element. The alley structure in form was revised and now has a bay window element that does contain a large amount of glazing, which is untraditional for an alley structure. So this will need to be reduced. And I'm happy to answer any questions before we hear from the applicant.
Okay, questions for Erica? Erica, do you have any other comment about, and it was raised by one of the public letters, the orientation of the accessory building, the secondary structure, versus parallel to the alley? And I know you made a point about more open space, you know, between the deck or between that and the primary, but this orientation and then the long driveway, do you have any other comment related to that in the design guidelines?
I don't have a comment about the orientation of the alley structure. I will say it's a more untraditional arrangement. But parking is being accessed from the rear, which is the most stressed element of parking in the design guidelines. Condition number 19 from the October meeting was to consider alternative parking designs, and the parking design did stay the same. So the board could discuss if they would like to make that a more stringent condition, or if that's something they would like to see.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, well then let's hear from the applicant. Peter, you want to come up and read your name into the record again?
I'll have to speak directly into it.
Can you hear me? Does this work?
Stupid thing, always runs out of batteries.
I see it now on the screen. Thank you. Go ahead.
We're changing the batteries in the mic.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Check, check. All right.
Gotcha.
All right. Thank you. I feel like I'm gonna sing a song or something, man. Yeah. Peter Sante with Sante Architects for the Stender family. I'm here with Nate Smith, attorney.
Speak into the mic, Peter. You've got your head turned. You can take it off and hold it if it would be helpful to you.
try to face forward. Is that better? I'll keep looking at the mic, occasionally look over at the board. Peter Sante with Sante Architects for the Stender family. I'm here with Nate Smith, their attorney as well. You guys saw us a couple of months ago, and as staff described it, and as you have seen in this revised drawing package, we changed quite a bit on the architecture and adjusted roofs and moved decks around and oh, I guess hold still. Let me get my snap. I want to get to full screen. Sorry. There we go. That won't happen again. So I am going to focus on the 7 conditions that you guys have seen staff recommend. I am happy to go through. I can pull up our drawings and go through, answer any questions as well, or describe that which might be of interest. So let me know after I get through this presentation if that's something you would like. You saw us 2 months ago. We did change quite a bit. It was a work session before that. So here we go.
Peter, could you speak closer to the mic? I'm having a little trouble hearing.
I'm just gonna hold it.
I think the mic's not working again.
Jesus Christ.
Why don't you trade places
Yeah,
so you can be at that mic?
This is Velcroed on. I could just.
It doesn't move.
I'll sit in for some. Advance the slide.
Okay, yeah.
All you gotta do is hit the down arrows to get it to
Much better. Thank you.
All right, you can hear me?
Yes,
Sorry
sir.
about that. Okay, so again, focusing presentation here on the 7 conditions you see here from staff's report. We'll let you know that we agree with 5 of them outright. And I think 1 we want to add clarification to, and the last one we want to ask for your consideration and speak on that one a little bit more. Nate, you could drop one. Thank you. First slide here is a comparison that is focused on the primary roof form on the north elevation, the one that has received the most comment here condition-wise. We'll see this many times here. And to highlight the red as was presented in staff's presentation was where windows started, and the blue are version of the north side's a single row of windows. And what is shown here are over a 50% reduction. I will say it started out at just over 100 square feet of glass on this primary form north elevation. And as shown here in blue, it is, let me find the right number, 45, almost 46 square feet. So more than a 50% reduction. Next slide, please. This is still condition 1 here. The glazing was reduced on the north elevation's primary facade by 54.3% from the original window clusters. Vertical separation increased in height by 100% within clusters. So if I can point, see, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to. Well, I'm not going to bug Piper. I'm going to point out in the centered windows, the 3 stack of windows there, the area of wall in this elevation has been increased. It's doubled from what was in your packet. And I'm just pointing out the windows in your packet was 3 windows, but they were different sizes and they were not double hungs. These are in response to Erica's condition, just for you guys to consider. This is the things we're quite open to do. And I'm just pointing out that the separation between the windows has doubled from your packet. Next slide, please. This is what's in the packet for that. Again, 3 windows. These were not shown as double hung and not traditional size. They're a little taller, and the separation between them was less, half of what we just saw. Next slide, please. And that was condition 2. And so I'm going to read the yellow here. The non-traditional windows were replaced with double hung windows, a more traditional grouping and placement of glazing than previously proposed. And as described. Thank you, Nate. Next slide. And this is condition 3 in the packet, which we agree with. We are reducing the area of glass on the north elevation of the primary structure and the bay window of the secondary structure pre-S 2B1. Next slide, please. And this is the south and east elevation, same condition, which it's referenced on the bay window. We see at the corner that connects these two elevations. That staff has requested a reduction. Next slide, please. This is, again, this condition 3 refers to both of these elevations. So we are back on the north here, and you can see, again, 3 double hungs with double the separation between them. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, this is what you're showing, that slide. This slide is what you're proposing.
This is in
today. It's not.
That is correct. We have shown you, and apologies, Bob, but the other slides that show what's in your packet were 3 windows. They were of varying sizes, and not double hungs. And in viewing the staff report, we just not say snuck this in, but we are responding. You can take it, leave it, or approve what was presented before. But that's what we have shown here. In this slide, compared to the previous, we have reduced the secondary structures glass at the bay window by 27.5%. And that has been achieved by raising the sill, lifting the sill on both sides, roughly 1.5 feet from what it was previously. Next slide. And that's what it was in your packet, Bob. So if you like what you guys are seeing, if you think that's sufficient, you might sort of reference that in your review or speak otherwise. But next slide. Condition 4, revise the alley structure to contain less glazing, especially in the bay window element per AS2C. Alley structures glazing is reduced by 25%. Bay elements glazing is reduced by 27.5%, and the east elevations glazing is reduced by 26.4 at bay element only. The south elevation glazing 26.5, 28.5 at the bay element only. This is pointing out that the other windows the sills have been raised. As the bay's window sill was shown raised, it made sense that relationally the adjacent windows do the same. Just pointing that out. Next slide, please. Okay. So condition 5. Further reduce the size of the deck to allow more open space throughout the project per TH11A. And we're going to, this is the condition that we want to add a little background information to on the different conditions. This is not all one deck. There's a variety of situations here: bar grate, conventional wood deck, some terrace, and other elements. I want to, while this condition is up, read from TH11 policy decks and terraces. Just briefly, this is an excerpt from, again, the transitional hillside policy 11 about open space. And it mentions that gardens as well as decks and porches and balconies can enhance the function and appeal of open space. And that, as you'll see here, if you go to the next slide, thank you, Nate. I can point. This is a tool. You guys can see my cursor. This larger enclosed by the red outer line area is 582 square feet, and that's noted there. There are on the south side here, this south end of the deck is over landscape, grass space below that, and the area to the north, which abuts this north open space here, is cantilevered over grade below and the steps down, and a cantilevered deck as well. This is an outdoor terrace. So this deck is really a couple of decks. This area in yellow here that I'm circling with a hot tub on its corner that is tied to the accessory structures, step down bedroom level, is over storage area below as well. So our opinion is that we are placing these decks and terraces in a location that supports open space. I will point out as well that to the north, if you can see where my cursor is, we have a 10-foot setback to the adjoining property, and the adjoining property has a 10-foot setback, as I understand it as well. I'm not an expert there, but there is a larger combined width of 20 plus feet of open area there that makes for a larger open space. And roughly 20% of the proposed deck allows for permeability into and below in the native field grasses. Put that out. Next slide, please. This is condition 6. We got one more after this. Replace the 2 sconces on the second level deck with step lights. We agree with this. These are those sconces. And next slide, step lights are replacing those. If that's sufficient, we hope you agree. Next slide. This is condition 7. So the south side setback shall be 5 feet per land use code 204C 5B. And the land use code 204 C5E states that, and I don't know that this is a variance, and I don't want to contradict staff clearly, but it is within HARC's purview, as you, I think, are well aware, to approve a reduced setback in the side yard to as little as 3 feet. It says that the side yard, as the land use code says at B, should be 5 feet, but it is HARC's purview to be able to reduce the minimum side yard setback. In no case shall be less than 3 feet, provided the HARC determines that important resources, on-site features are being preserved, such as historic structures or context, preservation of mature vegetation, or avoidance of steep slopes. I'm going to point out before we transition here, this comment, there we go, catching up. This comment about a south yard setback is this area here, which is 24 feet by 2 feet. And it sits 2 feet into the 5-foot setback that's described. We're asking for a 3-foot setback there. And I'm going to point out that is consistent, and for the protective setback agreement that came with this lot and applies to others in the neighborhood, that is allowable and with that PSA as well. To the north above, I already pointed out, we have a 10-foot setback on this side. This lot is just less than a foot over 40 feet, which is where the threshold for setbacks go from 3 feet to 5 feet, or as approved by HARC. Next slide, please. I'm going to read from the yellow. The proposed site plan alternatively preserves mature vegetation at the north side yard, justify a partial reduction in the south side yard setback to 3 feet per land use code 3204 C5E. The proposed alternative would utilize this exception for 24 feet out of 54 of the structure, total structure length along the south side yard, and reduce the disturbance to the existing mature trees at the north side yard. You see these trees in a LiDAR scan hinted at here. They are not on this lot, but they exist as they have for a while to the north on lot B. And they as well are effectively in the gap between the house and the secondary structure, where our decks and terraces, outdoor cooking area at grade on the north of the house, and hot tub are. And this was one of the things we have changed among others, with embracing this this open space, this mature vegetation, and the interesting topography that it supports. And these are views generally from the north, and the one on the right is looking east, as you might imagine. Next slide, please.
Hey, Peter, could you comment on this tree? I didn't follow how, if we changed the 5-foot setback requirement, how and made it only 3, how does it help this tree on the north side? I'm sorry, I missed it.
I could, well, I can describe that. It is, we have adjusted, Mark, the the north side of this deck that most closely abuts this cluster of trees on the neighboring property. And the purpose of that was we have stepped back away from what had been previously shown here, and I did not pull a slide of this, but as you may recall, there was an exterior stair to the garage driveway level below that was much closer, still in compliance with the setbacks, but it was in line with the home and resulted in more excavation of what I think we have come to understand as a not an insubstantial root structure for this mature cottonwood cluster. Our efforts, as was mentioned in a previous slide about what terraces and decks that cantilever from the north, we have moved the foundation quite a bit inboard, though there's a deck that cantilevers over it. The shoring and the retaining wall, Mark, exists not on the north edge of this deck, but set back some feet to the south to allow the root structure that most certainly exists under the topography to remain.
Okay, all right.
That answer your question?
Yeah.
All right. This is a slide here. I'm going to read from the bottom left, where diversity of buildings setbacks is a part of the context of a varied setback may also help to create open space. This is reference from the transitional hillside treatment area policy 11 on open space. And this slide shows you 2 different highlighted neighborhoods in town, which have a variety of side yard setbacks. So the area here, which is generally Main Street to Pacific, I'd say, is enlarged here. This is more indicative of 25-foot wide lots with consistently wide, not a lot of variation on side yard setbacks, and understandably, much denser, flatter topography. The other area, which I think is our context, and I think clearly seen here, is at the edge of town, where the topography gets quite a bit more interesting, steeper, and varied. And the lot configurations and layouts also are, some are historic, but they're generally quite a bit larger. And the setbacks are have a much greater variety. And so I'm just quoting you guys from the treatment area we are in, that setbacks can create the sense of open space. A varied setback may also help to create open space. So this is a furtherance, Mark, of why the south yard setback is also architecturally important to be able to show the primary roof form, which is a requirement of this protective covenant that again came with this lot and among others, that dictated a primary roof form not running the full length, but being in a very specific spot, which is exactly where it's been placed, and that the corners of that primary form come to the ground and not have create a single setback on the south side. So I think this slide is just trying to show you that contextually, this neighborhood is that neighborhood where setbacks are bigger, they are more varied, and that they lend themselves to the sense of open space. Next slide, please, Nate. So we have gone through the 7 conditions. We would ask that you guys allow a 3-foot setback, which is your purview to consider on the south side, so that we can avoid a single setback with primary and tertiary architectural forms. And if you are troubled by this, or if you guys are deliberating on that, we understand, and we're happy to take questions on that. But we would ask that you try to do that for our benefit before you go into deliberations, if at all possible, so that we're able to participate or comment if that's helpful. So let's see. I've already mentioned that the protective setback agreement dictates multiple roof forms. We do not want to come back with one south setback. We feel it's important. We know when you contemplate it or see it with one setback, or if you were to, that you would be troubled by it as we were. So we appreciate that consideration. And we're happy to take any questions. And again, I'm happy to bring up our application drawings if you have any questions on those as well, about the other design changes, which I have not touched on.
Okay, thank you. And would you do me a favor, and as we go through questions, put in 801, put up there, which has the elevation. We're looking down at the property and its length, 801. Just leave it on the screen for discussion or questions.
I'm gonna stop share, so actually I might be able to.
But anyway, we'll start the questions while you're searching for that. So who would like to ask questions?
I have one. Do you know the setback of the house to the south on the north side to our this property
3
line?
feet.
It's 3 feet.
It's 3 feet. It's a 25-foot wide lot, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay.
Though it was approved before 5 feet side yards were common on wide lots.
So if we were to say you still have to have the 5-foot setback, that would put the section of the main house in line with the secondary structure.
Sorry, could you say that one more time, Bob?
If we were to say the south elevation, south side of the house,
Mm-hmm.
had to be 5 feet, you'd move that 2 feet. Let's just say you didn't change the design, you moved it 2 feet, you would be 6 inches out of alignment with, or 6 inches to the south of the line of the secondary building. Correct?
I think the
You
secondary
got 7'6"
buildings-
to the secondary structure. If you move this 2 feet, that goes into the 10 feet, 2 feet, so it'd be 8 feet to that side, the north side of the house.
Bob, are you asking, or are you implying that the entire structure be moved to the north?
I'm not implying, I'm just saying, if you were to do that, that's where it would be, correct? You've got 5 feet. The bump out on the south side is 2 feet into that 5 feet.
Correct.
If the whole house moved north 2 feet, that would mean you'd have an 8-foot setback.
The whole house cannot move north at all. It is within the PSA protective setback agreement envelope that came with the property. And so the house cannot move north. If that makes sense, and I can explain more. Okay, so there is a setback agreement that underlies this lot and others in the vicinity that says where you can have homes built. And the principle, to be fair, as we understand it, where the primary home can be built. And we exist within that PSA envelope. And so we don't have the flexibility to move the house north. What you're and to be fair, the protective setback agreement on the south side was drawn 40 some years ago, as I understand it. And it included a 3-foot setback, Bob, from the south property line. The land use code has changed around it since then, more recently, now saying that 5 feet is the typical side yard setback for lots wider than 40 feet. But you guys have the purview to approve a 3-foot or a modified less than 5-foot setback, not less than 3.
But if you on sheet A101, you're showing that line, which I guess is the protective setback, that is 5 feet off the south property line. And it's, I don't know how far it is because on here, it's not dimensioned, I don't think. If you were to move the whole house within that dotted line, you'd still be within that dotted line.
The dotted line you see is a 5-foot setback to the north. That is just town land use code setbacks. That is not the PSA.
Okay. And what is the PSA on the north side?
Yes, can I share again, Piper? I'm gonna try and see if I can't do this. Where did Zoom go? Let me minimize this for a second. Pardon me. Share. There we go. I'm going to enlarge it now. So this is the sheet you're referring to, A101,
yep.
Correct, Bob?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, so you're asking, and I'm going to use my cursor here if we can see it, that this dashed line, that's the property line.
Yep.
This dashed line here, that is not the PSA. That is the 5-foot setback, which is again typical, written as what is expected for lots over 40 feet in width.
Okay.
And if I refer you just while I can here, I'm going to go back and take you 3 or so pages. I'm sorry, one more. Here we go. This is a survey of the property.
Mm-hmm.
And this envelope here is the building envelope that came with the property. This is the protective setbacks envelope for the principal structure.
Okay.
And it shows a 10-foot setback. And I will say, because I don't want to get staff too concerned, this is not part of the HARC review as I understand it.
Yeah.
Which is, so this is a private matter and it will be figured out, no doubt. But this is not necessarily supposed to be part of your discussion, but I'm trying to update you. I went back a page, sorry. So this envelope was determined 40 some years ago. Our home sits within it and it can't push north without being in conflict with that setback agreement.
Okay. Is that the line that's the line with the dot?
This is this north line here is 10 feet off of the north property line.
Okay.
Which is right there. Sorry, I'm jittery.
And you're working within that.
I am working
even though we
within
don't talk
in this. And what I will point out, this is a 3-foot setback to the south property line. We are asking for this portion here, which you can see within this PSA, where the X is shown, that's where the primary roof form is required to be.
Okay.
And we are asking for your permission to have that 3 feet from the property line just there so that it does not fall in line with one single setback 5 feet from the south property line.
Okay. I think I understand where you're coming from.
Good question though. And it's appreciated. It's not unimportant and it is has a lot of bearing on the overall.
But not to beat a dead horse, but on that south side where the staff's interpretation is, unless we take a variance, 5 feet is what's required. I still didn't see how, I think I heard you say, well, it's going to change the roof line. And I'm not sure I see that or understand that, because I'm trying to see what reason, if any, we would have to offer a variance here, which I still don't see.
Peter, can I interrupt really quickly?
Please, sure.
I just, variance was the wrong word. My apologies for using that. That is not the correct terminology. It would just be a modification by HARC. So I just want to make
Yeah.
sure we're not using the word variance.
Okay.
That was my fault.
Okay,
Sounds
well, I follow on, but my point is, if the policy or the guy or the land use code says 5 feet, what does it change in the roof if it goes and it stays at 5 feet and not relaxed to 3 feet? I didn't see what changes in the roof had to do with it.
So you can see here, Mark, this is a little axonometric next to a perspective from the alley or from a little more on the east, southeast side. You can see my cursor hopefully in the left corner. This
Yes.
is area that sits 3 feet as requested from the south property line. This form, if not approved by you guys tonight or later, if it can't be 3 feet from the property line, if it's 5 feet to your comment that's what the land use code says, it is going to be a single setback. That primary roof form, that gable falls in line with everything here. And these are other architectural forms, other roof forms. And it's just, it is like a house, Mark, like I showed you down at Pacific or on Main Street, 25-foot wide lots that have, in those cases, a single gable facing the street, and the sidewalls follow that form and manageably right on back. That's not what we have here. We have a requirement to have a primary form that sits where it's shown, and we have roofs that come off of it, which are secondary, if you will. So we're just saying, architecturally, it is not ideal to have a single setback, have these forms all in line.
Okay, I see. Okay.
I guess I could comment on that one. I mean, in theory, you could move that whole side of the house 2 feet.
Yeah, to the north.
You're absolutely correct, but that's not what our client is contemplating. I think the PSA is, it was done. I don't have a lot I can say about how thoughtful it was, but I will tell you, it's not something I look forward to, or when I contemplate it, that is in any way what I see as compatible architecture in the town of Telluride, historic or otherwise. So,
okay. Other questions, Bob, or anyone?
No, I did want to go on record that I did listen to or viewed the YouTube video of the October 16th meeting. Just so I'm
Okay.
not going into this totally blank, because I did not attend that meeting.
Other questions? I have a couple, but I want to let other people speak first. Well, Peter, could you go back to 801?
801.
801. It's one of the last slides that shows the whole property. Yeah, right there. My question is, with the separation required to be 15 feet, and it is now 10 feet between the accessory building and the primary structure, I guess, I got to turn it into a question. How can you comply? I guess maybe moving the accessory structure or reducing the size of it. How can you comply to that, as staff noted?
I'm not clear on what staff note or condition you're referencing, Mark.
No, on the chart that shows up front, the land use code requirements, it shows you're required to have 15 feet between the accessory structure and the primary structure. You have 10 feet, the way I understand it. I'm asking what you could change in this to comply, because it may have something to do with whether we approve or we continue this, if we get a feel for how you answer that question.
Minimum yard between principal and secondary or accessory buildings on lots 15 feet unless modified by HARC, for one. Again, this is something that I know you guys have as little as 6 feet in my experience of a separation. I I will point out, I'm not sure, Mark, that 10 feet is the right number. I mean, I'm just looking at, I know that's a 7-foot square hot tub, and there's 3 feet to the accessory structure there, and quite a bit more to the west to the kitchen. If I pull it up in plan, this might be a little more helpful. This shows you that there's more than 10 feet. I think no matter how you look at it, but if you can see my cursor, if you measure, if you can see this corner, the living room corner to the secondary, I mean, this is a matter of perception. I think this is quite a bit wider. This space here from the kitchen wall to the accessory, which actually are 2 walls, is quite a bit more than 10 space, if that's a 7-foot hot tub, if you follow.
Yeah.
So I might.
Peter, A100, you do have a dimension of 13'8".
A100. Let me go back a page. This is this dimension right here.
Yeah.
So that would be, and this is, again, I can flash back and forth. This is at a basement level. This is below grade on the north. It is under deck. The hot tub is on this corner. It sits right here. So that 10-foot dimension, or 10 or whatever that is to the west of the hot tub. And then the hot tub is 7 feet and has 3 feet or more between it and the accessory structure above. But you're correct that at this level, this storage space is 10 feet.
13'8".
What's the dimension?
13'8".
13'8". There we go. So it's close to 15, but like I say, 6 is not that uncommon. 23. Thank you, David. So we have 23 feet, if I go back a page, between primary and accessory. If I go back again, though, this is a slide that I think is helpful to imagine the amount of reduction at this level, where the walls have pulled back substantially from what had been impacted with excavation, a stair to this level from the deck above previously. This is all now one-sided wall pour with shoring right against it to allow it to be built without being 4 to 5 feet uphill from this foundation wall. And again, that all based on trying to support the root structure.
Okay, and okay, thank you.
You can
Other
see
questions?
in this slide the scale of this tree, or these various trunks that exist on the adjacent lot.
Yeah. Okay. Other questions? I guess I'll ask one last one. You know, there was public comment about the long driveway and carport versus more traditionally trying to, you know, put a car within the accessory structure. And that's the old number 19, considered an alternative parking design. You did not make any changes. Is there a reason you explored it and couldn't figure it out, or is there a reason you did not change and comply with the old 19?
The simple answer, reminder, that the home is where the home is allowed to be. The height of the accessory, as you know, 16 feet, not without restriction. There is not enough height to get a garage, an overhead garage door included, but a garage on that level, and have it comply with the height restriction under the accessory structure.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
The driveway was reduced. So it is a permeable, it is green space. It has been reduced.
Yeah. Oh, and could you clarify the skylights before we lose you?
Absolutely. Thanks for the reminder. There are 6. The tree that you can see on the screen is obscuring the 6th. Sorry, Erica, but there's 2 on the accessory and 4 on the house.
All right. Okay. Let's go to public comment then. Public comment. If you're on there electronically, want to comment on this project, please raise your hand. Go to the participant button and figure that out. I don't see any hands raised. Okay.
You have some public in the room.
Okay, come on up and state your name for the record. And we ask for 3 minutes, please, not to exceed 3 minutes.
Sure thing. Hi, my name is Sherry Harvey. I was on.
Tap that mic and see if it's working, Sherry.
Sorry.
Okay, just speak right into it. There you go. So
Can Mark hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, Mark. This is Sherry. I don't need to introduce myself. You all know me. I'm pretty familiar with the guidelines. And I think with each iteration of this project, it gets closer to a compliant application. But I do want to bring up some concerns knowing these guidelines. And I think some of the conditions that Erica has brought up have not been met. And I do think they could be improvements to the whole project once they are met. My first comment, just after hearing the applicant's presentation, is I don't understand why someone would buy a property knowing the restrictions of the building footprint and want more. I think that you should, if it didn't fit the house that you want, then you look at a different property. So I think that this side setback is really important because the quality of these houses is obviously some of our best houses in Telluride. And I do think side setbacks are a great opportunity for snow storage. They make for good neighbors that don't put snow onto neighboring properties. They make for landscaping, which provides both the visual and sound buffer, especially when you have an extremely large deck and a 6 to 8 person hot tub. So the side setback, I do think that there is no hardship other than it would lose square footage should be made compliant. In reading 11A, I think it's interesting that the applicant started to read it but didn't finish it. I think the last sentence is really important. It says undeveloped land that is left over after a building is placed on a site is usually inefficient to function as positive open space. I don't think the deck meets the definition of positive open space. Erica had that as a condition that hadn't been met. It's highlighted in the guidelines. I do think the height of the secondary structure could be the garage. It's just you would lose some of the square footage on the upper level, but that's not that hard to figure out. Obviously, the windows aren't compliant with number 27, especially 27C in terms of their traditional placement or sizing. I do think it's really important that we talk about the floodplain and the fact that there is residential in the floodplain in the ground level of the basement. And I think that that is something that should be FEMA compliant before it gets approved because it obviously affects the mass and scale. So I think that there are ways that the project is getting better, but I definitely think another continuance, especially with the opportunity for the neighbors to comment, is a good one. We don't often get public comment from the neighbors, so I think it should be appreciated and it'll make for a better project. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Peter, I'm going to stop sharing your screen, Peter, and I'm going to share this gentleman's.
Actually, before you do stop the screen, I just want to point out that this is the tree we're talking. This is the set. I just want to make that point. And
Can you read your name into the record before you start?
yes, I'm Richard Bartlett, but before I get started, could you pull up the, right. I apologize, but I'm not used to. Okay, and if I could ask the HARC folks to be looking at our letter. This is the letter from the neighbors to the north, but I thought some of the exhibits were useful. If you could go down to Exhibit C. So
Tell me where you want me to stop.
right, Exhibit C, it's a picture.
Okay.
going. Keep going. No, it must be above that. That's D. Where is C? There. Okay. So my name is Richard Bartlett, and I'm one of the owners of the property directly to the south. And we've submitted a comment letter that made several comments, but I'm mostly going to focus on two of them. So when we first saw the plans last February with the massive deck, we couldn't actually believe that that was possible to be approved. The scale of that deck, which is approximately 585 square feet, in relationship to the size of the house, is really quite extraordinary. It's about 585 square feet. The first floor of the structure is 1,337. And the first floor of the accessory structure is 396. So that deck is 43% of the size of the entire first floor and 147% of the size of the accessory structure. It's just way out of scale with the building, and HARC has repeatedly recognized that problem. But the scale is only half the problem. You know, I'm trained as an attorney, and while I have not practiced for 30 some years, I do know how to read the plain language of the code. The code makes clear that an accessory structure, to qualify as an accessory structure, needs to be separated by from the primary structure by 15 feet of yard. You all, I'm sure, are familiar with that language, but I just want to read what the language of the statute is. The land use code defines yard as, quote, a space on the lot open, unoccupied, and unobstructed by buildings or structures from the ground up. The LUC defines structure as anything constructed or erected which requires location on the ground or is attached to something having a location on the ground. Because the deck is both supported by a wall, is clearly supported by something on the ground, it's attached to the other structures which are supported by something on the ground. So there's nowhere on the ground that is separating the two structures where one can actually stand on the ground and look up and have an unobstructed view of the sky. And I'm just not, we've made this comment a couple of times, and I'm just not understanding how it's possible that you can look at that structure, say that 10-foot elevated deck is a yard. It just doesn't, it's just incomprehensible to your basic ignorant guy. And just to point it out further, so here is the back porch of our house. What this house is imagining it will look out at, because the topography goes down like this, is 15 feet of a yard. Then looking out an accessory structure. Ours is a modest size appropriate deck. But instead of what the LUC entitles it to, the plan here is to have it looking out at a 585 square foot deck that is elevated, 10 feet above grade. That just isn't a yard.
I think we're almost out of time.
Okay, so and back to the point about the tree, the idea that somehow by reducing the deck that is already way too big, in order to protect a tree that has just come up in the whole, this is a third submission. First two submissions never mentioned a tree. Now we found a tree in the property to the north, 15 feet or so away from the structure, and we're supposed to use that tree to justify a reduced setback because a deck that everybody has been acknowledging is way too big has just been made smaller. It just doesn't make sense. And if you could just
Mr.
go-
Bartlett, that is, we're way past time now.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone else in the audience want to speak?
Go ahead with Mike.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Nicole Peterson. I represent the Bartletts, and Richard, who just spoke with you. His wife Carrie is here as well. They are immediately to the south. You saw the concerns raised in our comment letters, ours as well as the owners to the north. And they were in the after packet materials. But I think what we need to focus on here is there was a lot of discussion about the PSA by the applicant. Wherever the PSA, which the town is not a party to, is stricter than the code, that's what applies as between the parties. But if the land use code has a stricter requirement than the PSA, then that has to be applied. And I think the land use code at the time the PSA was drafted had a 3-foot side yard setback, but regardless, it's now 5 feet. I frankly don't see how a tree on the north side is being protected by encroaching into the 5-foot setback on the south side. So we raised the issue of lack of separation between the buildings. That's a land use code requirement that they be separated and not attached. We raised the issue of a lack of a yard 15 feet from the ground up. And we're talking here about these deficiencies really are caused by the supersized deck that's elevated. It's not from the ground up. It's not a patio or walkway or, a ground level deck. And the deck also functions as a carport and sort of a shared living room. So these code requirements are the minimum standards. That's what the land use code says. And they have to be met. I'm not sure why we're here when they haven't been. So we're asking that HARC send this back to the applicant to demonstrate that this design, either demonstrate that this design satisfies the land use code requirements, including that south side setback, separation, etc. And then if they can't satisfy the requirements with current design, then they need to revise it so that they do comply with it. And then after we've made sure we're complete and compliant with respect to the land use code, then we get into the design guidelines. We agree with condition 19 that the parking needs to be addressed still. I think that there was a comment about the PSA puts the house where it is, and that's why the parking is where it is. Well, the parking under the design guidelines is better suited to the accessory structure. And if that was there, if parking was there, we could eliminate the long driveway, et cetera. Should also have meaningful open space. That's been discussed a lot. That's condition 8. We totally agree with staff on that. That has not been satisfied by this elevated deck. And then staff condition 5, reduce the size of the deck further. Again, the reductions that have happened don't lead to any type of yard in between the two structures or meaningful open space. And that is, I think, what's creating most of the concerns for my clients. Also, a couple more points. The edge of the deck should be inset or at least aligned with the southern edge of the house. That's the precedent in this town. And right now, I believe I don't have the drawings in front of me. Correct me if I'm wrong. I do believe it extends a bit further out from the south edge of the house. There was a lot of discussion about glazing. That's really, more of a point for the neighbors to the north to make on that north elevation. But I don't think it's really really meaningful to discuss percentage decreases in glazing when the glazing was so expansive to begin with. Just a quick look here. Yeah, I think that's it for now. We can answer questions too. We would definitely like to speak with the owner of Lot C. We've not been reached out to. There are a lot of solutions that we've put in our letter. We're not trying to design their home for them, but it needs to comply with the land use code, number one, or two, the design guidelines, and then as between the parties, the stricter requirements of the PSA setback agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mark, can you
Okay.
hear me?
We do have someone
Mark?
with the mic, Mark.
Mark, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Okay. Stephanie Fanos, I represent the owners of Lot B and Lot A adjacent to Lot C. I submitted a letter as part of public comment and want to reemphasize, quite frankly, every single point set forth in that letter. And while I appreciate the applicant's willingness to further reduce glazing on the north side elevation, it was a little hard to follow on the fly what was being proposed. But it does look like it needs to be reduced just a little bit more. We also firmly believe that there's significant land use code issues with the deck, the size of the deck, the mass of the deck, the scale of the deck, the connection of the deck, the impacts of the deck. And it's just inappropriate under not only the land use code, but the guidelines. And I didn't hear any sort of serious consideration from the applicant of a willingness to relook at the deck. The other thing that I would point out, and I point out this in my letter, that there's been some reorientation of an outdoor cooking area and the hot tub that is directed towards my client's property, that at a minimum, there should be screening to screen that usage, active use area from the adjacent property owners. I also want to join in with the comments that have been made by Mr. Bartlett and Ms. Peterson with regards to their concerns. And I think that there are some solutions to some of the problems that exist, the fundamental problems that exist with this property. And my clients are willing to sit down and have a discussion along with the Bartletts and their counsel to see if there's some opportunities for compromise. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more.
Hi, I'm Carrie Bartlett. I'm Richard's wife, and I'm one of the property owners to the south. I know it's late, and I will try to be brief and not be too repetitious. My husband and I are relatively new to Telluride. We've only been here about 3 years. But what I am not new to is reading and interpreting code. I've been a lawyer for 40 years. 15 of those years, I was a prosecutor in the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York. Believe me, I've read some code. You may be used to hearing people stand up with disingenuous arguments because they don't like what's being built on a property near them. But my husband and I firmly believe, after hours of poring over this land use code with extremely competent legal counsel, that the objections that we raise in our various letters are absolutely correct. And we believe this proposed property violates not only the PSA, which you're not concerned about, but it violates the spirit of the guidelines. But more importantly, it violates the land use code, which, as you well know, is not discretionary, it's mandatory. And these points have been made, but we are absolutely entitled to our 5-foot setback. None of the exceptions apply. We are absolutely entitled to a yard, and a yard does not equal a deck. And I would be really interested to have someone explain to me how it does, based on the wording of the guide of the code. And our accessory and the primary structure must be detached. And I don't understand how they get around that requirement either, given the language of the code. So as a relatively new taxpayer in Telluride, what I would respectfully ask is that if you do decide to approve what we believe to be a completely non-compliant project, that you will help us understand why. Why are we wrong? Why are these arguments that we believe pretty passionately in, why are they wrong? Because if you can't help us with that, I think we owe it to ourselves, we owe it to our neighbors, and we owe it to preserving our beautiful little piece of Telluride to keep pressing these arguments forward. We are not going to go away. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So a rebuttal by the applicant? Any comments?
Yes, I think we have some things to say. I think first we have a variety of setbacks. I'm going to list them off here in no particular order. 10 feet, 11 feet, 5 feet, 3 feet, 7.5 feet, 14.5 feet. Those are to the sides between the house and the accessory structure, and not including the front porch, which is set in slightly from those. I want to correct Mrs. Harvey. Insufficient, not inefficient, I think was a word she described about the open space, and I think it's insufficient in reference to Transitional Hillside Policy 11, the last part she read. I think 3 meetings, which is what this one is up to at this point, is sufficient. In my opinion, I think we have a land use code compliant application. I can appreciate a good amount of confusion from members of the public about what's read in the code. I would encourage them to walk around town and to walk the alleys and to see how many homes, I think historic homes traditionally have had green backyards, especially those on Main Street, that were followed by accessory structures at the alleys without setback most often. Newer homes rarely have that, or there's a variety of site constraints, topography, odd lot configurations that it's just not that manageable. And I understand some confusion with this, and I'm just going to ask you to highlight portions of the code that describe or as approved by HARC, and that will alleviate some of your challenge with that, I suspect. I want to clarify that the north side windows at this point, since it was somewhat confusing, excuse me, in our presentation, that the window to wall ratio on the north elevation, which was the focus, the windows are 8.5% of the wall above ground as a window to wall ratio. I disagree with the description of the land use code being absolute about these things when there are phrases that in the land use code right there that describe or as approved by HARC. And like I say, my experience in Telluride is that 6 feet is a minimum, and those are often stairways or decks or any combination of things, and for good reason with the challenges of sites. So Nate, I think I'm done there.
Yeah, I guess I can just piggyback on that last point you were making. And when you're talking about as modified by HARC, you were specifically discussing this concept that a minimum of 15-foot yard is required between the two structures, and that unless modified by HARC provision in there should be applied in situations where topography, the lot conditions necessitates something a little different. And I just want to address one other point that was made, and this was a discussion related to the land use code and the protective setback agreement that's been referenced several times today. The applicant absolutely agrees that he is subject to both the land use code and the protective setback agreement. There's no assertion being made that either waives the restrictions of the other. And we're confident that we've designed this both to be compliant with the land use code and the protective setback agreement as well.
I have a question. Could you address the issue that was raised by just about everyone that came to the microphone about the connection between the house and the accessory structure, the wall that connects the two of them? And that there is no the connection of the deck between the two, you're saying is the open space. And I'd like you to address that issue based on what we've heard, that typically you're at grade for the open space between the two buildings. It's not an elevated element. I understand we got a sloping site, but I have a hard time understanding how that can be considered open space per the land use code. Or I don't know what the agreement between the owners is, but I have a hard time seeing that as open space.
I did not mean to imply that the deck was open space, Bob. I read from transitional hillside treatment area policy 11, I believe, that touched on open space, that decks, terraces, actively used things can be amenities to further enhance and augment the open space, the implication of being adjacent. And a deck is not open space. You mentioned a variety of things, and I'm glad you did. I think the wall, the presence of the wall at the alley level, which is retaining the hillside, there's quite a bit of topographic change that occurs under the house. It's quite a bit higher than it is at the alley, as you, I think, are aware, on the east. It is not against the land use code for there to be connections, whether they be foundation walls, whether they be decks or terraces or gardens or stairs or things of that sort, covering roofs. You can have tunnels underground. These are all common. The sky has not fallen. This is not an exception and somehow outside of the allowable. I'm sorry to say, it's quite benign, and just trying to place a deck on the back living side of the house, not on the front of the house, but a living deck, a kitchen deck, a place for a hot tub that is close to the adjacent grade to the north, which is the open space, to be clear. And that connection, as stated in the transitional hillside language, is a viable aspect of that open space and is encouraged in cases. I'm not saying you like it or might find it without issue, but I'm citing, from the code.
And to add to that, to add to the deck's enhancement of open space, I want to also point out and reiterate the fact that, but for the PSA, the land use code would allow for a 5, or if approved by HARC, 3-foot setback to the north. This plan has a 10-foot setback to the north, all the way back to that deck from the front lot.
11 feet. Majority of it's 11. Okay. So the rebuttal's been made, and I'm going to close public comment. I would like just to ask staff one clarification before we start deliberations, since it took at least 30 minutes of this hearing so far. Erica, could you share your final thought with the yard versus the deck with respect to open space, and whether it
constitutes an or equal, so to speak. And do you also agree, now that we've seen some dimensions, the applicant has clarified that we do have close to 15 feet separation from the accessory building to the house, just to make sure that at least for my own self, that I heard that correctly. And if you can comment on those two aspects, well, then we'll go right to deliberation.
Yeah, you might have to clarify your first point, but I can touch on the second first. Staff has found that the separation between the primary and secondary structure is land use code compliant. They are asking for a modification, which is in HARC's purview. And yes, it is land use code compliant. Can you touch on your first point again?
Well, the second point was that you said in the write-up that it was 10-foot separation and it required 15 feet. But I think they've demonstrated that it is actually wider than the 10 feet in that table up in the front.
On the basement level, corner to corner, I believe it is 10 feet.
Okay. And then the open space by definition can include a yard or a deck, correct? I guess you can just say yes or no.
Yes, the design guidelines do say that decks and porches can contribute to open space. It obviously depends on how those are being utilized, but they can be components of open space.
Okay.
Or contribute to the open space.
Okay, so I think we should move then to deliberation, and with respect to the conditions that staff laid out here, does everybody agree with the conditions that Erica has shown here, and or are there other conditions that you want to consider?
I'm not aware the chairman knows that there's additional public comment to revive.
So I'm sorry, who's speaking?
So there's a member of the public that would like to comment. It is up to you, Mark, if you would like to reopen public comment before going into deliberations.
Sure, we can do that, and then we'll reopen public comment. Go ahead. Please, thank you for being brief.
Thank you, Mark. It's Nicole Peterson again. I just wanted to address some things really briefly. In the opening of the rebuttal from the applicant, he said we have a variety of separate setbacks that separate the buildings. We're not required, a setback is not what's required, a yard is. And the deck does not meet the definition of a yard. Also, I think we take issue with any implication that if you walk around town and see newer buildings, that they shouldn't have to comply with the land use code and have this separation. This is not a challenging site. There's a flat spot on the west end, flat spot on the east end, a slope coming down from the north somewhat, but that does not dictate the need for an oversized deck that really does nothing to hide the parking except from the occupants of the house on lot C. So we again ask HARC to take this back to the applicant to demonstrate how we are wrong and that this does apply with the LUC's yard requirement and separation requirement, all of those definitions. And if they can't demonstrate that, then to revise their plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then the applicant gets in turn a chance to rebut again if you have any final comment.
Just that we agree with staff that this is a land use code compliant application, and the setbacks that were mentioned were for side yards by me, not between the structures.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we'll go back to deliberations again. 1 through 7. We'll just go down the line. There aren't that many of us. Do you agree with 1 through 7? And if so, if not, comment, but if so, are there any other conditions you would like to add? And then we'll talk about if this is an approval or if it's continuation based on your comments. Who wants to go first?
Well, Mark, I'll go first because I love deliberating, as you know. First and foremost, I used to bring the land use code with me to meetings routinely, but not since I left P and Z. I really hate having to refer back to the land use code as a HARC member because I'm not meant to. So when staff tells me that this is the land use compliant project, I go from there. I think in this case, there's been a very valid questioning of that determination. I, for one, would like to be convinced that these two structures aren't somehow connected by structure, when I think it's pretty clear that they are. But again, I don't want to sit here as a HARC member and have to discuss that, because to me, it's not what we as HARC members should be discussing. If it's land use compliant, we hear it, and if it's not, we don't. We just had to go through this with another project, right? So that's where I am with that. As far as the south setback goes, the way that I sort of approached this until the discussions tonight was that there's a very, very generous setback on the north as a function of the PSA. It seems, and it's pretty obvious I wasn't there for the conversations that took place when the PSA was put in place, but the intent of the PSA was to push the house south and down the slope. And that's what's being done. I understand to the detriment of the house to the south. But I again, before the conversations and the public comment that we've heard tonight I felt like I was okay with a give of 2 feet on the south because of so much generous setback on the north. Now that I've heard the public comment tonight, I think I'm less resolved about that. I think, well, I'll tell you what I did. I looked up the land use code because here we are. To me, the pertinent section of the land use code, and again, I'm not even sure it's appropriate for me to start quoting land use code, but it's 204.c.5.e. HARC may reduce the minimum side yard setbacks, and then it goes on to say why. Important resources or site features are being preserved. I think that was the attempt by the applicant of the tree on the north. I think that was a bit of a tenuous argument. Avoidance of steep slopes, reducing the setback results in an overall development plan that is greater compliance. I struggle finding a slam dunk there. I think it, for me, would be a bit of a stretch, maybe, by the pure letter of the code there to approve the 3 feet, in place of the 5. And then, like Bob was getting at, then what we're really talking about is pushing your whole south facade 2 feet north. And that's not an insubstantial reduction of square footage. So those are the two big items. I don't even feel like I need to talk about glazing after talking about those two
Okay.
things.
So you're okay with 1 through 7 now, Stacy?
Let me go back and double check, but 1 through 3 are glazing. 1 through 4 are glazing. I would like to see the deck further reduced. I would certainly like it to be at least on the south side in line with, if not inset from the corner, the southeast corner of the building. I feel like that's pretty consistent with what we've required on other projects recently. The sconces, yeah, of course. And then I'm okay with 7.
Okay, while you're on it, what about the old 19? It's a big issue. Are you okay? That was the rearrangement of the parking and using the accessory structure as many alleys do for parking.
For me, the condition was to consider, which the applicant did. I have a hard time saying, would you please reconsider after we already said consider? I think we put it in there once. I don't feel like I need to put it in there again.
But did we see any change
There was change. I saw enough change for myself.
for the parking by providing the paving?
The paving, more permeable. Yeah.
Part of it was also to reduce a long driveway as well.
Understood.
Okay, well, let's just go down the line. Bob and then Andrew and then Elitza, if she's still on here.
I want to go back just real quickly. Traditional hill or transitional hillside, number 11, positive open space. Goes on, but then it says gardens as well as decks, porches and balconies can enhance the function and appeal of open space. That to me doesn't say that a deck is the open space. I'm struggling with this. Like, I'm not saying totally no, but it's something we haven't seen before like this.
Well, read the whole sentence, Bob. Gardens as well as decks, porches, and balconies can enhance the function of open space. It doesn't say a deck is open space. It says it can enhance the function of open space.
Okay.
I agree with Stacy that it doesn't have to be defined as equal to a yard. It's just, it says it can enhance it, and that's what the applicant's trying to do.
Yeah, my rub is on the connection.
Yeah.
And the sheer size, square footage.
I mean, I don't want to design it, but if you look at the stepping of the wall that's on the south side of the garage, where it steps up the hill, and you've got the similar grade changes on the other side, why couldn't you just do that?
Yeah. Well, we can't have dialogue, but yeah, there's a way maybe, Bob, your point, yeah. What else, Bob? And you agree with 127 then?
Yes.
Andrew, and then Elitza? Oh,
Yeah, I think most of my concerns have already been covered, and I'm in agreement with all the staff's findings and recommendations as stated.
Okay. And Elitza was recused, right?
Nope, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you recused on this one. It's been so long. Go ahead if you have any comments on 127 and any more additional ones.
I agree with the conditions as stated by staff.
Okay.
And for number 5, as Stacy mentioned, I would like to see significant reduction of the deck, and also inlining it or insetting it from the line of the south facade of the building.
Okay, I think we're going to have consensus on that one, which could be an easy modification of number 5 by saying and, to reduce the size and ensure the extension to the south does not go beyond the house or something. If somebody's thinking about making a motion, go ahead and make your notes there. What about the distance? Where are we, just to finalize this, and I think then we're ready, because I agree with 127 also, with the distance between the accessory on the upper level with regard to open space. I don't know, it was 14 feet in one place and 11 feet in another. I mean, are we good with this, with the stated requirement of 15 feet?
I'm okay with the horizontal separation. It's the fact that they're connected by a structure. But I don't want to get in the weeds on it. As far as the separation, I think they're adequately separated.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. But Stacy, where are you ending up on this connection? Because that's not.
Well, it's not a condition.
I know. Well, but
Could be.
We're still going. So say what you mean if you think it should be, in addition to 127. I don't know. And we can talk about it.
I'm gonna go back to what I said. I said, I was brought a land use compliant project to review as a HARC member.
Yeah. Okay, so sounds like we're all okay with the spacing, but then the whole thing's absurd if we can't agree that to allow it to run all the way and connect the two buildings. So let's take a straw poll. Bob, where are you on that?
I don't think we should have the wall connecting the two buildings.
Andrew and Elitza?
I'm in agreement with Bob.
Elitza?
I'm not quite sure that it's, I mean, I see this as a retaining wall. So if the site allows, I would like to see it reduced as well. And may I add one more thing in this regard?
Yes.
The retaining wall on the south side, I believe it should not step, but slope with along the slope and not be stepped as shown. Per policy number 15. Hold on a second. B2. I'm sorry, B1 and 2.
Which says it should follow the topography or something to that regard?
Yeah.
Okay. Straw poll, everybody okay with that one? Sloping.
Well, it's not 30 inches high. It's I think the stepping makes sense along there. I don't think it needs to be a slope wall.
Andrew?
Yeah, Elites, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't know that B2 supports it necessarily.
Okay.
B2 doesn't say anything about sloping the top of the wall.
B1 does
B1.
contour the site to reduce the need for a tiny wall. Oh, that's a different one. Sorry.
I don't have a problem with that wall.
All right.
The other one.
Okay, so how do we want to word this connection to the building, elimination of that wall? How do we want to word this? Stacy, you got some language? If it's number 8.
Let me throw something out there.
Sure, Bob.
Provide a stepped retaining wall on the north side of the two structures in lieu of a solid vertical wall.
How's that, Stacy?
Too complicated? And that's the idea, I think, what we're looking for. You're gonna have,
But
there needs
again,
to be something there.
we gotta put I don't feel prepared. I'm not prepared to put a condition in because I don't necessarily haven't come up with a supporting guideline.
Well, let's find one because it could be the mass and scale, or Erica, if you're following along, maybe you can help us as we try to conclude this.
Well, if we agree that it's a retaining wall, then B1 and 2, 15 B1 and 2 would apply.
The guidelines were written to address this issue.
Mhm.
The land use code was.
Right.
We're on HARC.
I know.
So
We've got a weird situation here.
But there's got to be a guideline that supports this with respect to certainly at least mass and scale, or traditional elevation views of houses in this zone district. See who could come up with that, because otherwise I think we're about ready.
I'm not gonna be able to get there, Mark, just to let I don't want to bend a guideline. to fit my need, my momentary need.
Well, I think
Feels like
we all agree that it shouldn't be connected, and you could even use the open space guideline. Because it thwarts or mitigates the open space effect, correct? Having that solid wall. I mean, I think we said we agree that there shouldn't be this solid wall connecting the two buildings. An open space guideline, if somebody wants to pick that one, could be a fit, or a mass and scale. Unless, I mean, if this everybody said that's how they feel, then that with respect to.
Hey, Mark,
Yes,
under 8, hang on. 8C, maintain spacing between buildings that respects existing views, open spaces, and solar access.
there you go. One's all you need. And there's a way that they could mitigate it. So straw poll, we all good with this? Because it's number 8 if we're gonna do it.
What's the wording?
Well, your wording was provide a step down retaining wall on the north side in lieu of a solid wall. And we could say to increase open space per 8C. AC, 8C.
8C.
You good with this? Okay, I mean, I think this is gonna have to be continued, right? I mean, I don't like to continue when we're on the 3rd shot, but I mean, I think we're gonna have to see what this looks like. I don't feel comfortable. I'll just say, I always tell you when I do feel comfortable with interpreting this, but I think I need to see it again. And there, I mean, as a member of the board, not just on an approval where I'm trying to interpret, well, what did they really, was this enough step down that it doesn't look like a solid wall? I don't want to, it's too discretionary for me to just get with staff and figure out. So I would suggest we continue it with 1 through 7, with number 5 amended to say reduce size of deck and eliminate the south extension beyond the house of that deck. And then add this number 8, provide step retaining wall north side in lieu of solid wall to increase open space on per 8C. So who would like to make a motion? Are we ready? Bob or Stacy?
I'm writing here. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Could you say number 8 again?
Well,
You said?
I wrote down your words that you said.
Okay, well, I didn't have it written down, so go
Okay,
ahead.
provide stepped retaining wall on the north side in lieu of a solid wall to increase open space per 8C.
To provide more open space
Yes, per 8C as in cat.
for 8C.
And 5 was just to add this deck language about reducing it and eliminating the extension beyond the house.
Eliminate south extension of the deck.
Yeah, and it still says reduce overall size because
yes,
I was struck by the fact that this is like 47% of the total house.
Yeah,
as the public pointed out. So I think we all listened to the public and they had some good points, but this one starts. So I'd leave the reduce the size, but it's just and get rid of that south extension. So if you're comfortable making it,
And just, we're gonna say I move to continue to.
well, I don't know. We've got a full plate coming up here in February, and we've seen this twice. I'd be tempted to say March and give them time to work on this. But hey, Erica, can the ones that you're intending, Erica, to get in February, some of them have been waiting 5-6 months. Can we continue this to that one and still give these other people a chance that might be compliant? Because it's not really fair to them when we've had 3 tries here.
Yeah,
Or-
I think we can, I think it should be, I think you should ask the applicant if they feel confident they could make those changes.
Sure.
For the February meeting, because that's a really quick turnaround.
Yeah, 10 days. But can you get the ones that haven't been heard in here if we continue this to February? Then I'll ask the applicant.
I think so.
Okay, so the applicant, would you prefer more time to get this right, and then we can get this approved in March, or you want to go for February?
How many conditions are you guys giving us?
8.
8?
The first
And
7 plus 1.
4 of
Yeah.
them are windows.
Reduce the deck and step some retaining walls? Or something like that?
Yeah. Create
think-
more open space by that, yeah, on 8.
Erica, when would this need to be submitted to make February?
In the next, let me look at the calendar really quickly.
Our meeting's the 8th or 19th.
19th.
So it needs to be in by,
You could have about 2 weeks.
yeah. It's not long. What we don't want to do is have you cancel on us, if it's not enough time, we don't want to rush you.
Was the south setback part of this?
It's 5 feet at the
5.
moment, so you've got some work to do.
Yeah, let's push to March. 2
Okay.
weeks
That,
is,
that will be March 19th.
Okay, Bob.
Bob, let me just ask you about this. We don't typically do this, but we have done it before. Do you want to include the land use code section reference?
For 8,
Yep.
okay,
3-204.c.7 minimum yard.
2. Say it again, please.
3-204.c.7
7.
minimum yard between structures. And then we can get into the definition of yard, I suppose.
Okay.
Thanks,
Right.
Stacy.
I don't know if I can read it, but I'm gonna give it a shot.
Okay,
I move to continue to the March 19th, 2025. The proposed small-scale new construction and insubstantial scale new construction at 420 North Aspen, Lot C, Block 3, Halls Edition, based on the findings in the staff memo dated January 15th, and with the following conditions. 1 through 4 is stated. Number 5, revised to say, further reduce the size of the deck for more open space throughout the project per TH number 11A, and eliminate the south extension of the deck past the south wall of the main structure. That sound good?
yes,
South wall of the main structure.
Yeah.
you got the conditions.
6 and 7 as stated. 8, provide a step-down retaining wall in lieu of the full height, where the lieu of the wall under the deck on the north side of the deck let's see, to provide more open space per 8C and land use code 3-204.6, no, point C7, minimum yard
Between structures.
between structures. This motion is based on evidence and testimony provided at a public hearing held on January 15th, 2025, with notice of such hearing provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code. Revised plans incorporating the conditions of approval shall be submitted within 60 days of this approval. Oh, we're not approving it, so I don't need that part. Okay,
Okay. Stacy?
Yes.
Bob, yes.
We
Hang
didn't
on,
get a second.
We need a second motion.
Oh, did
Stacy will second.
Okay, now let's vote.
Stacy, yes.
Bob, yes.
Andrew, yes.
Mark, yes.
Elisa, yes.
Okay, thank you all. Let's go right away to our last project here. And just 1 second. There we go. All right. So the last project of the evening is the something I have on my computer there is the lot 75R continuation from the November 20th meeting. Consideration preliminary large scale application for new construction in the historic commercial zone district, which will contain more than 5,000 square foot floor area per land use code 7203A2AF and legal descriptions of lot 75R block 7 town of Telluride at 133 East Colorado. It's in the historic commercial district. The owner is NSAC Incorporated and the applicant is CCY Architects, staff member Erica Jensen.
Great, thank you so much. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so this is 133 East Colorado. It was continued from the November 20th, 2024 HARC meeting, and it is the preliminary large scale. So if approved tonight, you will see this again at final. Just a brief reminder, it is located in historic commercial. The treatment area is Main Street Commercial. It is located inside the THLD, and it is the new construction of a mixed-use building. And I do want to emphasize that directly adjacent to this proposal are 2 rated structures. So condition 1 was to significantly set back the 3rd story. This condition has been revised. Condition 3 was to increase the stepping down to the alley on all levels. This condition has also been revised. As you can see, the setback on the alley was 11 feet on the 3rd level with about a 5-foot setback with the roof eave. On the Colorado Avenue side, it was 5 feet to the roof eave and 12 feet to the wall plane on the 3rd level. Now it is about 14 feet off the alley to the 3rd level, 12.5 feet to the roof eave. And on Colorado Avenue, it is it's about 15.5 feet to the roof eave and 18 feet to the wall plane. After my memo, I did notice though that I believe it's 18 feet to the further wall plane and that the chimney element does protrude into that 18 feet. So perhaps the applicant can clarify that because it actually might not be 18 feet. Condition 2 was to better step down the building to the alley. This condition has been revised. As you can see, the 3rd level was pushed back, the roof eave was pushed back, and some brick elements were removed. But now there is a rather large mass with the cantilevered brick element on the 2nd level. Condition 4 was to revise the roof form so that a flat roof is the dominant form. This condition has been retained. The roof slope before was 112 and now it's 5/8 12, but it does appear that the slope is still perceivable. Condition 5 was to remove the deck on the front facade 2nd level. This has been removed and replaced with a window and just a more traditional building form. Condition 6 was to reduce the large windows and large surfaces of glass throughout the project. One of the largest surfaces of glass was on the 3rd level south facade, and this has been significantly reduced. Condition 7 was to reduce the glazing facing the alley. While the glazing was reduced, the doors do appear very tall, so this condition has been revised. Conditions, the only other condition that was retained was condition 11, which was to revise the third level siding material to be a more refined traditional material. So the conditions as stands today, there are 6, 2 and 3 are new. Condition 1 is to further set back the third story. Staff finds that the third story does need to be further set back. New condition 2 is to reduce the size of the parapet wall to better respect the historic context and the rated structures to the east. So in the November meeting, the overall height from the rated structure to the top of the parapet was 8.5 feet. The parapet has now been raised about 2 feet. The guardrail element has been turned into a solid parapet. And while this does help to disguise the third level, it does create a larger massing at the front and doesn't respect the historic context of the structures next door. It also is important to note that if this condition, HARC finds this condition appropriate, if the parapet wall is reduced in size, then the third level will be more visible, which is why staff is also recommending that the third level be pushed back further. And condition 3 is to restudy the alley elevation, mainly the cantilevered brick form, to reduce the perceived mass and scale. The cantilevered brick form, because of the material and the overall design of the rear, does increase the massing at the alley. And I am happy to answer any questions before we hear from the applicant.
Questions from the board?
Erica, this is Stacy. Do you have any thoughts about the main roof form sloping to the southeast? Or sloping, I think you know what I mean.
Like changing the...
Well, it neither slopes north, south, or east, west. It's a non-traditional direction.
Staff believes that the roof should be flat and with no slope.
Number 4.
Number 4, sorry. Yes.
Okay. 5/8 is pretty flat.
Erica, this is Matt. I have a related question about policy 23. I kind of looked at this pretty extensively, and what I'm reading from the intent of this, I think it's trying to say that historically, the front facades on Main Street were either false fronts or parapets, and you weren't supposed to see the primary roof form behind it, which were typically flat roofs, which are technically low slope. And sometimes there were gables and other forms, but I think the point is that you should see the parapet or you should see the false front and not really be able to discern what the actual roof is. That was it's a bit of a leading question. That's my interpretation of policy 23. And I'm going to ask the board this as well. Same question is, do you agree with my assessment, or do you think I've got something wrong there?
I think
What you said.
I think it's sorry, Bob jumped in. I want to so Bob, on policy 23A, it says use flat roofs as the dominant roof form. And I think it's trying to say that because we don't want to see the gable front, right? It's basically saying what we really should be seeing are false fronts or parapets and not seeing the roof behind it.
Right.
So I don't think that you have the intent of the condition wrong. I think my main concern with the roof not being flat is that it also leads into condition 1 of the roof not being flat and being visible is increasing the massing. So perhaps if it was pushed back significantly enough where you couldn't see the roof form, then a 5/8 slope might be appropriate. I think the combination of the setback with the roof form is not compliant with the design guidelines.
Yeah, you kind of nailed what I was getting at. So thank you for
Yeah,
answering.
of course.
We don't want to see the 3rd floor.
Correct.
Any other questions?
I have a process question.
Yep.
So during this meeting, I didn't go back and listen to the tape, but I remember what I said because it's being consistent with all the other buildings down Colorado. I said that we typically see 25 to 30 feet setback on the third floor and in recent rulings, and basically so you wouldn't see it from the opposite sidewalk. And you noted that in your write-up. So my question is, did they come back to you and just say, here's 18 feet, or did they have any dialogue with you?
We had significant dialogue with the applicant. I did send them examples of what has recently been approved as well to show what HARC has been approving in the past.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Erica? Otherwise, we'll hear from the applicant. Okay.
Good.
If you would share your screen and read your names in the record.
Yes, absolutely. Maura Trumbull with CCY Architects. I have Shauna Bryant with CCY Architects here as well. Paul, I believe you're online. Piper, could you make sure that he has the ability to unmute so he doesn't have to raise his hand? Thank you.
Well, he won't, if he mutes himself again, he'll have to get him to ask him to, yeah.
Thanks, everybody. And I know it's late, so thanks for staying with us. We'll try and be succinct here.
And I think as Sean's pulling this up, we did just want to clarify where we're at in the process, because I know that came up last time. And we did actually meet with staff back in January and February of 2024. And then we were in queue for a long time with P&Z and then subsequently with you guys. So at that time, John Strandberg and Jonna went through our process. They actually did not recommend that we pursue a work session. So we didn't at that time. So Sean and I both misanswered that question, Mark, last meeting, but we did want to clarify that we did have a dialogue with staff around the process around this application. It was just previous iterations of staff and early, almost a year ago now.
Yeah, and building off that, I think just Erica nicely went over all the conditions, and we'll just kind of go through them, the remaining conditions as well, kind of elaborating on our intent. But definitely we've had a lot of back and forth with staff, and it's been very helpful for us, and I think them too. So with that, we'll lead into this. So just, I think a quick before and after is helpful to flash where we were back in November and where we are today. I think you'll see as we dig into this, significant efforts were made to further reduce the presence of the third story. And again, we'll dive deeper into that and the various adjustments that were made for that. And so with condition 1,
Yeah, I think maybe to start off and to address Mark's question of staff regarding the 25 to 30 foot comment. You know, we really did dig into the design guidelines, and regarding third stories, it is a place that, you know, as the design guidelines often are, they are not prescriptive. They're more qualitative. They talk about the perception of mass and scale. And so we really looked at utilizing a number of tools, raising the parapet height, setback, reducing overhangs, et cetera, and really focused on creating a smaller subordinate addition to the 2-story building so that the perceived mass as you move up and down the street is really that of a 2-story masonry element. The guidelines don't state that you can't see a third story. It's actually common even among recently constructed projects that, you know, depending where you are on the street, you might see part of that third story. We do believe that the efforts that we've made here have set that back and really emphasize that 2-story mass. And again, that is a qualitative requirement, not a quantitative, not a prescriptive requirement.
No. So as mentioned, there's a number of adjustments that we made to this in addition to setting back the third story. So that was certainly one of them. I think reducing the overhang, the roof overhangs on the south side, as well as reducing the roof overhang on the east side. And then lastly, raising the roof parapet, or the brick parapet of the second story. And so all of these things in tandem kind of contribute to reducing the presence of the third story from the street across the street. And so again, rather than focusing on a specific setback because the guidelines don't prescribe that, we were really just focusing on what's the experience of walking down Main Street and across the street. And the words that we find in the guidelines are should appear smaller, subordinate. It does not say it should not be visible. So those were with those words and guidelines, those were the adjustments that we made and to arrive here.
And I would ask the board to maybe we're open to considering reducing the overhang on the south side some more. We actually feel like a little bit of a shadow line helps that recede and be more of a substantial or of a subordinate element. And to clarify Erica's question, there is a narrow chimney element on that front elevation. We would be open to reducing that as well. So that does have a little bit of variety in that setback. I believe that sticks out maybe 18 to 24 inches. But again, we could adjust those things and make that a simpler flat wall across the front.
Mm-hmm. So moving on to condition 2, which has some overlap with condition 1. The height of the parapet was raised 24 inches. That was partly as an adjustment that was made to further reduce the presence of the third story, as mentioned. I think it's worth noting that sort of in contrast to what we just described, the height of the 2-story element actually does have some prescriptive language in the guidelines, and where it does mention that 2-story buildings on the north side are 30 to 35 feet. So our brick facade here was previously 27 feet above grade, and we raised it to 29 feet. So it's actually still lower than that 30 to 35 range. But so what that is doing is that's actually bringing it up more in keeping with 2-story elevations and building heights that you see up and down Main Street.
And I did want to highlight just a couple other points related to this new condition. In the introduction to the guidelines for this treatment area, this section really talks a lot about the context of Colorado Avenue, that there's key features, the alignment of storefronts, the rhythmic placement of windows, consistency in roof heights, that there's strong continuity throughout this larger context. And in 2.A.1, it might be A, sorry. In all cases, consideration should be given to the broader historic context of the vicinity, the treatment area, and the town at large. And that there's also a lot of language in this section around a perceived average scale of 2-story buildings along the street. And it even speaks to exceptions do exist, but these are not the rule. They act as accents to strengthen the continuity of the area's character. We believe having a true 2-story facade with that rhythmic window placement adjacent to the historic structure is actually in keeping with the intent of the larger context of Colorado Avenue. This happens to be in an area where right now there's open space to the west in a non-contributing 1-story building. That lot 69A will likely be redeveloped at some point. And then we have a tall 1-story element to the east that is a contributing structure. We do believe that over time, as that is infilled potentially, that 2-story rhythm will be continued and will become the average of the block. And by this element really aligning with that guideline relating to the average height of 2-story facades on the north side of Colorado Avenue, that it is in keeping with the larger context of this area and that facade treatment of Colorado Avenue, which is referenced and is really critical to the character of this particular treatment area.
So yeah, we do think that this reinforces that two-story scale and also contributes to further reducing the presence of the third level.
I would add that if we're totally open to a dialogue about, how we do appropriately respect that contributing structure. We have chatted about, could we draw some detailing off of the stronger building lines that exist on the facade next door? Could we pull, some detailing across that starts to create some continuity and detail that respects kind of that scale, but still lets that two-story masonry facade respect the larger context of Colorado Ave?
Question while you have this photo up, how much wider taller is the parapet wall on the third floor versus the wall separating first and second? What are those two different dimensions?
Could you clarify that, Mark? I'm not sure I followed you there.
Okay, what is the difference in the height of the wall that separates the first and the second floor right there versus the third floor parapet wall? What's
This soffit here is 13 feet above grade, and then this is 29 feet.
okay? The height of the parapet wall versus the height of the wall separating. As you look at this elevation, the first and second floor.
So like the two solid brick elements.
Yeah.
From head to toe.
I don't have that offhand. I believe it would be about 5.5 feet.
Mm-hmm. And the other one's probably about 3.5 feet.
Yes.
All right, close enough. Thank you.
How tall is the storefront?
13 feet.
13.
If I could just add, it's fairly common to have those taller second floors, either taller just because the parapet wall on top of the roof. And so proportionally, if you look throughout the block, it's very in line with what's already out there. Sorry, Chris Hawkins for the record.
Okay. Rolling. So on the back, I think Erica nicely summarized a lot of the adjustments that we made since last time. We further pushed back both the second and third story and reduced the overhangs, and additionally look for opportunities to express elements such as the building deck and stairs to make it more pedestrian scale. We have worked with and heard from staff the concern about the protruding brick element here that is an overhang for the car parking, and have looked at ways to further express the structure below it and even infill it with steel paneling. So those are some of the adjustments we made. We're open to further studying that, absolutely, in ways that can further anchor that. I mean, we've taken just a quick look at that before our meeting at ways that the brick can come down and feel more grounded.
So just a quick sketch, trying to think through how we could address this condition. Absolutely willing to work with staff to make sure that we address this condition.
Okay. Condition 4, roof. I think just building off of the way we've been guided by the guidelines, the majority of the upper roof is flat and all of it from the west side is perceived as flat. And then we did reduce from both the overhangs, but also the slope. So again, I believe it's actually, just to clarify, in the southeast direction, it is sloping perhaps at a 5/8 inch, but if you just were perceiving it from due south, it's a 1/2 inch per foot. And then if you're perceiving it from the east elevation, it's an 1/8 inch per foot. And so this is, very, very, very low slope, but this is something we're also willing to work with staff. If there's still issues here, we're open to flattening this.
That may be my primary concern, and only because I'll have to find it, but
With 3A.
My concern is that I don't think we have any on Colorado Avenue roofs that are you perceive an east-west
Mhm.
slope of the fascia at all.
Mhm.
And it's subtle and it's minor. At some point, it's so minor that why bother?
Right.
And I'm sorry, I had it right here and then I flipped somewhere else. There was a section that said avoid new. Well, now I have to find it. Sorry.
And I think for the record, we can make it flat.
I just want, I'm, like I said, I'm less hung up on everything else. I just think that little upturn and the east-west slope of that fascia, subtle as it may be, is a new architectural element on Colorado Avenue. And I found it, 28B, avoid introducing new architectural elements.
Anyway, it's a current condition to make it flat and they seem willing to, so good point though, Stacy, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
You guys want to finish with the rest of the conditions?
Yep, we'll keep marching on here. So on the back side, excuse me. Erica went through some of the window adjustments and updates that we made. Again,
elevation.
All around the building, we look to further reduce the glazing, further update the detailing to be more in line with historical detailing, as well as the proportions. So on this south, or on this back elevation, we have a series of punched windows that have been reduced in size, as well as sliding doors that are 2/3 light.
If the height of the doors is of concern, we can work with staff to reduce that per Erica's kind of color on that during her presentation.
This is just showing the reductions, which we've already seen. And then lastly, the material on the use of metal. I think some of our conversations with staff, there's some concern about the heaviness of this material. We don't necessarily agree with that concern. The intent, at least, was to have this very much be on the third levels, a material that recedes from the primary material of brick and very much is subordinate to it. We see examples of that throughout town. But that being said, we are certainly open to using a different material, such as a wood, to accomplish a similar effect.
We were interested in using a metal more from a durability and low maintenance standpoint. And, you know, we're kind of looking to lay that up like a more traditional material. So it kind of reads as more of a board-like element. But again, if that's something that's of concern to the board, we can revise that to a more traditional painted or pre-finished product of some kind or a wood siding. Comfortable with that.
And now it's metal, right?
It's currently shown as metal.
It is. And we click back one. So that middle image, that's a house in town that has a steel siding that's really laid up to resemble a wood. So really thinking of it more from a performance of the material than trying to make it feel like some big steel thing up there.
Okay.
And that's what we wanted to present.
Yeah, and we respectfully ask that we be approved with the conditions and welcome a conversation. And we will address those things in step 2 of this process when we see you again.
Okay, questions for the applicant? We've already asked some. Any more?
I have several questions. Did you guys, or do you know the heights of the other buildings on your block here? So there's some buildings here that are farther to the west that are taller.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if you, yeah, a bit of a leading question. If you don't have that info, it might be something that would bolster your argument for the height of the parapet.
We clicked to that
because the land use code says look what's on the block and be compliant with that. So you've got some taller buildings here. So do you have those numbers offhand or?
I don't have those, we don't have those numbers offhand. I do know that that center building is substantially higher than that. And obviously the 3-story building, substantially higher than 29 feet. The Cochina is really similar to the Telluride Truffle building, the Roma building. So 29 is, I would say, on the low end of the 2-story elements that are in our immediate context.
Thank you. This is really minor, but I'm not seeing any MEP equipment on the roof. Although I think staff noted that was shown or called out, or do you guys have any MEP equipment on the roof or?
We anticipate having MEP equipment on the roof. We have not engaged consultants at this early stage, but that'll be our next step.
Gotcha.
And it will be appropriately screened.
No specific equipment has been illustrated.
Okay.
We've just said that we are accommodating that within our building height.
Gotcha. Just give me a second. I might have one more question. Or actually, if somebody else wants to go. I can
And
circle
I'd add to that, Matt, that we would absolutely show that in the next step.
Okay.
Other questions?
Do you have a 3D model you can spin around? I'm mostly interested in seeing what the alley looks like from different perspectives.
Fortunately, we did not come prepared with a 3D model to spin around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next time.
Yeah, if you could bring it next
Absolutely.
time. 'cause
Yeah,
it's a requirement.
absolutely.
This is a preliminary, so we've got another chance to look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Also,
And-
we
and I
can't
think-
get on your Wi-Fi, so we're
Yeah.
operating on a hotspot, so we're hesitant to try and
Gotcha.
do anything too crazy.
My primary interest is just to see how the building steps down at the alley compared to the other adjacent buildings in open space. I think the front's pretty easy to understand, so.
Sure.
Those are all the questions I have.
Okay, other questions?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Well, thank you. We'll hear from the public now.
Great, get up
Mark, I don't think there's anyone here in person.
I don't see anybody raising their hands electronically. So hearing none, we'll go ahead and move to deliberations. As standard procedure, we have conditions recommended by staff of 1 through 6. If you would speak to your concurrence of 1 through 6 and any other new conditions you think should be considered before we deliberate here.
Mark, I'd love to start. I feel like the 3rd story is set back sufficiently in this presentation. For me, the intent is to not make it invisible, but like the applicant showed, it is substantially subordinate to the front 2-story element. That's just where I'm at with it. And likewise with 2, I think, especially if we had the heights of the structures further to the west, raising the parapet wall probably actually brought the building into more compliance with the guidelines as opposed to less. I think if they can just show that historic context and the other rated structures on the block, I think for me, maybe we're there. Maybe they need to raise it a foot. I don't know. But it's about context. It's context, right? Certainly the alley elevation, I'm fine with that one. The cantilevered brick form. They've already indicated they'll go along with a flat, at least, fascia.
What do you mean by that?
Well, no roofs are flat, right? You got to drain. Water's got to go somewhere. So we're really talking about a parapet and the fascia. And so if the fascia, the parapet is horizontal, then we're there. Just not tipped up at a 1/2 inch per slope, 1/2 inch and 12. I think we're on the same page. And then the glazing, I think we'll talk about that one at the next meeting for sure. And I would like to talk about the siding material. I tend, it's all about how you read the word heavier in 30A1. Hierarchy of building materials should be used with heavier, coarser materials as foundations and more refined materials. I've, as an applicant, made the argument that a flat panel steel siding, while being physically heavy, is certainly more refined than a rough stone or concrete. I tend to think that is a very refined material, even though it is heavy. If you follow along, I would be okay. I'm okay with that material there, is what I'm trying to say.
It doesn't necessarily look heavy. I mean, sure, it weighs a lot, but
I think it's one of those wordsmithy things where someone was thinking of stone or brick or rock and they said heavy. I don't, who knows what they really meant, but I don't think they mean heavy like steel is heavy. I think it's not coarse.
we've seen metal, rusted steel metal on third story buildings on Main Street.
Especially when it's juxtaposed against brick. Yeah. It's more refined than brick. Yeah. Okay. There you go.
I'll jump in. I'll kind of start where Stacy left off and go back the other way. I also agree that the metal can be appropriate. I think what I would like to see adjusted is the scale of the coursings. So I think the condition 30A3, if that scale was reduced, and I don't know what it is now, if it's a foot or 16 inches or 14, but if it was a smaller scale to not replicate clapboard or wood siding, but to get closer to that 6 inches or 8 inches, I think that would be a more appropriate refinement than the 12 or 14. And so I think I'm agreeing with Stacy. Stacy, is that kind of what you were saying as well? With the roof form, this is a little convoluted, I think, depending on what they do with the setback, but I'm actually of the opinion that it's such a low slope. If it's set back where you can't see it or you can barely see it, I'm fine with a subtle slope in this roof, what they've proposed. I think it's, we could go back to condition 1A, new interpretations of traditional building types are encouraged. So seeing a product of their own time. I feel that with these third stories, I think Mark will probably have a lot to say about that. They're sort of the additions to these more historic 1 and 2 story buildings, which I think they're accomplishing that with the brick forms. So if the third story is set back, it's not very visible or visible at all from the pedestrian way, it can sort of do its own thing, be more contemporary, more modern. And in that sensibility, I'm fine with the slight roof slope they have here. Also fine with Stacy's solution, what your solution you proposed. And then the parapet, I think we should get everyone's opinion about. If you look at it in the context of the surrounding historic buildings and the open space, it does seem too tall to me. And it seems like it should go back down to match the Sheridan building behind it. But if you look at the guidelines, it says it should be 30 to 35 feet tall, and they're 29. So there's a little bit of a what do we do here? And I think it would be better if we did view it with an entire block elevation, so that you can get the gravity and the weight and the height mass of the building to the west might sway our opinion. So I don't know where I land with those right now. I'm sorry, my throat's getting dry.
Yeah.
And then with the setback, I do think that the third story needs to be further set back. And I think Stacy doesn't agree, and I like to hear what other people say. I don't know a number to give you. I think if we look at we look at policy 21, which is third stories on storefronts, and we look at A1, the third floor should be set back substantially from the sidewalk edge so that the building will appear to be 2 stories in height as seen from across the street. So essentially not visible. So that's sort of the extreme version of it. And then we've sort of, I think, required that on more recent approvals. So it's either somewhere between there and where it is now. And I don't know a number other than if you guys could provide like a cross section of the street with view angles, and then we could, you know, maybe the next meeting say that's fine, or push it back another foot and give you a definitive answer. The other way to do it is with story polls and photos. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Bob?
I think that I agree that with Matt, I think the setback should be on the 3rd story, should be further set back. I think that the issue for me with the parapet wall is I think it just feels too tall. It's too much mass above the windows. So reducing that down back to where it was, I think makes sense. And I would like to see it with the, you know, the whole street, or not the whole street, but the other buildings that are 2 stories on either side of these 1-story buildings. I'd like to see that in the presentation next time. I agree about the alley, the roof form. I just think it should be flat. It's very uncomfortable feeling that, to me, it's just this kind of, yeah, you know, why? Why bother? So I think it should be flat. Glazing we'll take a look at, and the siding material, I think what you were saying, more refined metal could certainly be a possibility, so that it wouldn't look like one big black wall of metal. You know, a vertical element, you showed a possibility. I'm a big fan of rusted corrugated, but you know, it doesn't have to be that either. But I think that we keep them where they are.
Sorry, keep what? Keep what?
Keep the 6 conditions as they are.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Bob.
Okay.
Everything is common. By the time it gets to me, there's not much left. So
okay.
Yes, I agree with staff's findings and their recommendations.
Okay, Elitza?
Well, let's see. I agree with 1. And I think 2 should be studied within the context of the street, which was already mentioned. Agree with 3. I on 4, I agree with Matt. I think it's such a insignificant slope that it would not be perceived in a big context of the street. And on 6, I agree with what everybody has said so far.
Okay.
I will say also that Matt made a compelling argument about number 4. So maybe, sorry for being a wishy-washy.
Okay, so I think the consensus is, and I would agree with the consensus with 1 footnote here, that 1 through 5 as written, and number 6, I agree with Stacy and I think almost everybody now, that more refined metal, but metal would be okay on that 3rd floor, especially if it's out of sight. And So I think we need to see process-wise a 3D rendering next time, especially down this alley view. Everyone wants to see the context with regard to the parapet wall of the street view. And I would ask the applicant to do a drawing like many people have done, showing a person, 6-foot person on the other side of the street on the sidewalk, and that view angled up to see what we see with whatever further back you set this third floor. I can only tell you that it's taken 25 or 30 feet on most projects to have it appear as a 2-story building across the sidewalk. And that's not to say, as the applicant said, that from a side angle or something, yes, you still see it. It's not disappearing, but from across the sidewalk, it's supposed to be look as a 2-story building. So we need to accomplish that and comply. And so if we want to just change number 6 to a more refined metal, or how do you, Stacy, how
Fine
did you?
material.
Hey, Mark, the applicant has a question.
Yeah, can I clarify something, Mark?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
On condition 2, given the discussion, you guys seem open to maybe it is the right height, maybe it's not. Could we maybe look at modifying that language to not be so clearly reduce, so that we have some more flexibility in the discussion?
I mean, I don't think it's going to get bigger than 5 feet. Anybody in straw poll think it could get taller when we see the adjacent buildings than the current 5-foot parapet?
Just to clarify, it's a 42-inch parapet.
Okay, but I don't
see it get taller.
No.
It might be the right height, or it might need to go back to where it was in the previous applications.
Yeah. So
what if they showed us both versions with the street context? Just an elevation that has the taller one and the shorter one? Is that way it is, way you've got shown here now and way it was shown before?
If you focus just on the parapet in these before and afters, obviously there are a lot of other changes. This first one is a 18-inch tall parapet with the guardrail extending above, which is where we were before. And then it's been raised 24 inches in this.
I think it's for me, this isn't sort of doing you guys a favor because you're just focusing in on the open space, the building, and the smaller. So I think if you're showing this in the with the whole block in a street elevation that's straight on and not a perspective, then for me, it would help me make that decision. I'm going to guess it's going to make me think that what you have right now is probably appropriate. Whereas I don't see it with the context, I want it to go back to the old version.
Yep.
Well,
and to take it a little, we're trying to anticipate that other infill development happens, and that those don't march along, and then this project is somehow out of whack with that. What would that look like if it was continued?
But I don't think we're asking them to bring 2 options to the next meeting, right? That's not what you were saying.
Well, I was.
Okay.
But
so what do we need to move on here? What do we need to do with this language where it says reduce the size of the parapet when we have an openness to see?
I think it could just say study.
I also think there's been enough dialogue back and forth that the applicant knows what our comments are, and we could leave the language as is, and they could do with it.
All right, let's do that for now. And then look, we're going to be reasonable if it's only reduced 6 inches, or I mean, I'm just using that figuratively, but it looks okay. And, or maybe if they show us something that, weigh in with staff before you come back and get their feedback, and let's go from there. That's what they're there for. And so we need to revise number 6 a bit. And I would ask for again, the 3D model, the context of the fascia, looking across the street at all buildings, and then take a 6-foot person and see how many feet the third floor has to go back for its site. My only other question is in the alley elevation, besides the cantilevered section, I think they only stepped that back 5 feet on the third floor, and that seems a little short. Anybody agree? We got so hung
I
up
think I
on it.
really need to see it in the 3D model spun around to
Yeah.
make.
Okay.
that.
Well,
And if
that-
they're planning on addressing it already.
All right, so then the question is, you know, we do have some mass and scale issues. We can see it again, but do we want to continue it to what I would recommend be March, or do we want to approve it and then it comes back to us in March? There's some mass and scale issues. I don't want to get in a situation next time that we haven't seen near the final product before we approve it, but so I'd be tempted to continue it, not necessarily approve it, but what's the board feel? Just a straw poll. Let's go down the line. Stacy.
Mark, I think it's close enough to approve, knowing that we're gonna see it again at final, and then there will be conditions after that. I mean, to me, it's
Okay.
pretty close. We're talking about setting back the third story some distance and studying that and adjusting a parapet. I mean, it's mass and scale, but it's not big mass and scale problems.
Adjusting the alley bell
Yeah.
elevation. I think
I
think
would
we
agree.
could-
It's not insurmountable. We're not asking them
Okay.
to change the design.
Drew, from Elitsa, you guys okay with approving it with these conditions?
Yes.
I am.
All right. I would suggest we go to March to let them have enough time here and
Yes.
you know, let other people step in line that have been denied the opportunity as we keep continuing projects. Everybody good with that?
There's no date to continue it. Like they'll just come
Oh,
back when
well-
they're ready with their final application.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, it's late.
Take that out. All that out.
It's only 12:04 in the morning here.
Uh,
Okay, so.
Mark, for
yeah.
number 6, would we just strike the word traditional?
Yeah,
I
I
think that
think
would
so.
resolve it.
Yep.
And everything
think
else
so.
can be
I
as
was thinking
stated.
that too.
Okay, and it sounds like you're ready to make the motion, Matt.
I think Bob was getting ready.
Oh,
I can do it if you want.
go fight over it. Okay, Bob.
I've done most of them tonight, I guess.
Okay, keep on rolling.
I move to approve the preliminary large-scale application for new construction at 133 East Colorado Avenue, Lot 77, R2, Block 7, Town of Telluride, based on the findings in the staff memo dated January 15th, 2025, and with the following conditions. 1 through 5 as stated. 6 would be revised third floor siding material to be a more refined material, deleting the word traditional, for MS number 30A1. This motion is based on evidence and testimony provided at a public hearing held on January 15th, 2025, with notice of such hearing provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code.
Matt'll second.
Okay, Stacy.
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
Bob, yes.
Andrew, yes.
Mark, yes. It's unanimous. Okay, well, very good. And
Thank you.
unless there's any other comments, if there are, speak up. Otherwise, we'll adjourn at 10:06 p.m. And I thank everybody for their teamwork tonight. Thanks for sticking with it.
Thanks, everybody.